Oh, good morning, boys and girls. Welcome in, welcome, welcome. Boy, do I need coffee this morning. Whoa, why is everything fuzzy? What's going on with the scaling? There we go, there we go. Jewelcrafters are on the cards today. Got to get some Jewelcrafters up and running. Got to get those prospectors cooking. That's the plan. Chris, good morning. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Let's get a quick refresh of the pets and the mounts on the auction house. Make sure that we are competitive. We still have a bunch of Mechanica to spend on something. Got to decide what we do with that today, maybe. Or maybe we just keep it in the bank ready.
Is that your
Oh my
wallet?
god, 1.2 mil. These are coming down. Dirt, my
Well,
48 months. Dirt, my man. I have a sneaky suspicion. Good morning to you. I think that's the first 4 year. I think that might be the first full 4 year. That's actually wild, my friend. I appreciate that massively. Thank you. Thank you. Are you on the tail end of a 24-hour shift or about to start one, or what's the sitch? I should get special treatment. Always know, Derp, you are very special. Always know. Take that how you wish. Right, auctions are listed. Let's, any significant change in this market today? Let's have a little bit of a look. They're starting to stack up on Draenor, you know. 14-hour shift yesterday, so I'm free today. That's pretty sweet. Enjoy it. 14-hour shifts do not sound fun. They do not sound fun. I mean, they sound slightly more fun than 24-hour shifts, but it's all relative, you know? Still waiting on those new badges. Yeah, the coffee mugs need upgrading, don't they? They really do. Oh, the average buy price of Mechanica's dipping. We're down to 52,000 gold. The buy price is going down. As the buy price goes down, the average buy price of Mechanica goes down. That also forces down my minimum price for listing these things. We're down to nearly 50k per Mechanica is the average sale price across the EU so far. I sold a Professor Punch yesterday. He's one of the more expensive ones. He takes 8, I think. But that was a nice little sale. Right, one thing I do need to do is make sure we get the Alchemy Transmute fellas their patron orders for the day. We need to do them one at a time so they get access to the war bank. Not that they need it, but if they need any of the mats at the war bank for patron orders, they might as well have them. Saves us buying more. Any good ones today? Any good ones? Nope. No good ones. Flicker, Artisan Security. We can probably sack off that one because we don't really need the Artisan Security. Flicker, Artisan Security in a goodie bag. Right, well, we'll do the 3 that give us flickers because that's what we're actually after. No knowledge points, no care. What's all of this business? Some goodies from yesterday. I went on a rant last week due to horrific visions being time-gated, and I was like, this is how Manthias must feel all the time. Hey. Manthias is pledged to turn up less frequently. That is until Blizzard do something stupid, and then we let them know. I like to call it passion. I don't know how far that flies, but I like to call it passion. We'll see what happens. It's Tuesday, isn't it? So we'll see what happens tomorrow with Reset tomorrow. We'll get to play Orgrimmar a little bit tomorrow. But there's no denying, I cannot deny that their choice to timegate Visions will actually probably lead to me playing Visions less. If they'd just let me go ham with Visions, we'd have probably been playing it all week. We'd have been working towards getting all of the rewards, all of the goodies. We'd have been pushing masks. We'd have been leveling it up. We'd be, trying to find out optimal route. We'd have been doing Visions all week last week if they just said, "Here you go, have fun." If they'd done that, we'd still be playing Visions to this very minute. But the fact they chose to timegate it gave me a real solid line in the sand. Oh, okay, this is where your fun stops this week. Come back next week. So that's what we'll do. And the chances is I won't have the same level of passion for the content because I won't get to play it as much as I want. So their loss. That's how we vote with our wallets. We vote with our amount of engagement with these things. Ranthius, back in. Go away. Get some coffee in you. Right. We are... No. We are 24 knowledge points. I need 25, 50, 75, 85, 95. We need 95 knowledge points and I'm on 24 before we can actually start doing thaumaturgy. Everything else is ready. Everything else is set up. Tools and spec and everything's good. We just need some more knowledge points and we're on 24. This is what the daily task is. Dog hair gets everywhere in my house. I was looking forward to blast out a ton of Visions, but Blizzard said no. Yeah, this is it. That's fundamentally what it is. There's players out there that would have liked to have just absolutely smashed through Visions all of last week when, nice little ode to the end of BFA, but Blizzard said no, which is fine. But if they say no, then, we'll have to keep ourselves busy somewhere else. Right. Crafting orders. Oh, there's loads on this, dude. Can we do them? Oh my god, there's ones that make money. Hello. There's a cash money one. We do cash money ones anyway, regardless. 30 artisan security we don't need. 10 artisan security we don't need. Flicker. Knowledge points. Flicker. Artisan security we don't need. So we do those ones. Is Visions a limited time event or will it stay forever? It's actually a good point. I don't know. Considering it's baked into the patch, you'd think it'd be around for a while, but it could also very much be limited. That's a really good point, actually. I don't know. Does it show up? What does it show up us on the calendar? I'm pretty sure it will stay since there's the new mounts and cosmetics and that sort of stuff. It quite probably is here to stay, yeah. Blizzard time-gated the content of the patch. They also time-gated the time-gating with the time-gated content. That's it, they did. Exactly. Oh, okay. It's gone crazy. Let's do a reload before things go horribly wrong. Let's try that again. Which ones were we doing? Not that one. Not that one. Flicker, glimmer, flicker, flicker. Not that one. Why can it claim that we can't do these? Didn't we just buy all the mats for this? Mad confused. Oh, I did buy the mats. I didn't take them out of the mailbox. Dum dum. Set up several concentration enchanting alts. Good stuff, but it feels like I'm not making much money. It feels like I'm not making much more money than I'm spending on them, even though Craft Sim says I should be making around 100% profit. What's going on here? Oh, dearie me, something's gone horribly wrong. Hang on. Add-ons are going absolutely bananas. I think I need an update. I'll get back to that question in 1 second when my computer's not about to implode. Am I just misunderstanding the numbers? Well, concentration enchanting has a relatively, well, I say relatively, but like a upfront cost to get your profession to a place where it needs to be to do it. But the concept, the basic concept of concentration alts is that you use quality 2 materials to make quality 3 items. But your restriction is your concentration bar. And when you use something like Craft Sim, it will tell you how much you can make per point of concentration. Now, depending on what you craft, that number changes. But the reality is you are converting your concentration bar into gold. And so it's almost very hard to lose, with enchanting at least anyway, because quality 3 materials are still quite a lot more expensive than quality 2 materials. And so that difference between the price on quality 3 and quality 2 materials is multiplied by, like, you know, a single enchant could use 50 storm dust. Now 50 quality 3 storm dust is really expensive compared to 50 quality 2 storm dust. So you're bridging that gap with your concentration. So the reality is it's almost hard to lose. I would take a minute to look at what's happening and why it's a system that works without the use of add-ons. You're probably just getting bamboozled by numbers in a Craft Sim add-on. You'd be better off, I always recommend at least that you learn how to do something manually and then you use add-ons to simplify the process thereafter. And that's very much true with something like Craft Sim. Craft Sim does maths for you, but you need to know what that maths is and why that maths is maths, if you know what I mean. Let's try this again, because something is going horribly wrong here. Are you going to not crash and burn on me now? Okay, something seems to be working better. Okay, I think that's fine. But at the moment, there is an awful lot of, well, let me put it this way. Anytime anybody asks, how do I make gold quickly and easily, the answer is nearly always set up some concentration alts. As long as you don't spend too much gold setting up enchanting, you've obviously got to have a few cycles of concentration crafting to make enough profit to cover the cost of setting up enchanting. But once you've covered those costs, it's like a little bit of a mini money printer, as every character should be making. Quick maths here. A bar of concentration is 1,000 concentration. You can probably still get at least 5 gold per point of concentration. So that's about 5,000 gold per full bar. You get a full bar just under twice a week. So you should be able to make about 10k per week per alt with enchanting. Now, if you supplement that enchanting character with another profession like alchemy or jewel crafting or something as well, you can get 2 bars of concentration for 2 professions, which can extend the profit. But be aware, most other professions are significantly more expensive to set up and have a generally lower return on concentration, which is why everybody says go do enchanting. Right, this dude is up to... No, that's enchanting. This dude is up to 32 knowledge points out of 90. Did I say 90 or 95? 95. So you 2 are done. Let's get you, number 3. Heroic Visions, permanent edition. I mean, if it's a permanent edition, then I'll smash it out when it's all available. And if by the time that it's all available, the hype of it is died down and I don't feel like doing it, well, then it'll just pass me by. It is not. They said it's going away in Season 3. The Helm enchants are Season 2 only. I know that for sure. We'll look into it in a minute. I'll find out. We'll get a definitive answer. 5 gold per point. My craft sim always tells me I get like 12 to 15 gold per point. I mean, you could very well be. I don't do much of it, so I don't know the exact numbers. That was a rough, off the top of the head assumption. It could be more, it could be less. Like I said, I don't do too much of it. In fact, I'll tell you what, the easiest way to find out is let's go have a look, shall we? I'm literally on an enchanter right now. Not an enchanter that's fully built for the purpose of doing it, but we can get an indication of roughly what's going on. Recipe scan. So I'm not fully set up for this in any way, shape or form. And yeah, I'm getting like 3 gold per point of concentration on the recipes I have. If we do include unlearned recipes, there might be some slightly more lucrative ones. Yeah, some of them are slightly more lucrative for me. But like I said, the reason this number is low is because I am not set up. I do not have my top tools. I do not even have this bar filled out. There are lots of optimizations you could still make. The concentration crafting is interesting because the more you spend, the more you can kind of set yourself out to make. But it's a risk, right? Because if you spend 10,000 gold setting up your enchanter and then you make a couple of thousand gold from each bar of concentration, you cover the cost of that 10,000 very quickly. If you spend 50,000 gold setting up your enchanter, you do absolutely everything. You level it to the full, you fill this bar, you get the best tools you can possibly get. You spend loads on getting as many knowledge points as you possibly can. And then you go out and buy some big, fancy, expensive recipes. You might be able to find a few things that make you a lot more gold, but you've got a lot more cost to cover. So this is kind of the point of concentration. It's, while there are some sort of follow this step-by-step guides out there. I would much rather people actually sit down for a minute and figure out, well, why is this actually working? Why is this making me gold? And the reason simply is that when you are crafting a recipe with enchanting, take one of the weapon enchants, for example, look how many materials are needed per single enchant. So we've got 75 storm dust, 10 gleaming shards, 2 crystals, and a tinderbox. That's nearly 90 materials that you need to make one single enchant. Now, all of those materials at quality 2 are going to be a certain value, but all of those 90 materials at quality 3 are going to be significantly more expensive. And so you use quality 2 and you use some concentration as well, and that concentration is basically what allows you to then sell that quality 3 thing for a big profit. But yeah, this dude has enchanting, but not really for that purpose. So it's still not the best example. But artisan security, but it's profitable. Artisan security, but it's not profitable. That means that must be flicker, flicker, flicker. They're the 3 knowledge points we need. Set up 3 tunes with enchanting, just using the mats that I got from disenchanting Undermined Blues. Got over 100 radiant power and 50 to 60 cursed enchants ready now. Good stuff. Good stuff. This is probably one of the better times. Probably one of the better times to be setting up concentration alts, because all of the materials are very, very cheap right now. That said, also be aware that the profit margins are not going to be huge, because we're very deep into season 2 now. And there clearly is not going to be anywhere near the same level of demand for crafted goods as there was at the beginning. But it's still a good time to set up. We'll have one last hurrah in Season 3, so... Your TSM has a red exclamation mark on it. That's not good. How can you see that my TSM has a red exclamation mark on it? I'm confused. Oh, that will be because I'm playing on, like, the Arse End of Nowhere realms, so I won't have, it's no realm data. I don't have my TSM desktop pulling in local data for all of these random ass realms. That's not a problem. Did you know there's a craft sim quick buy command you can macro to automatically buy the next item in the... Yeah, I don't like using stuff like that. If I'm buying something, I want to be in control of buying it. Far too many shenanigans goes on in the auction house for me to trust an add-on to buy something for me. I've learnt my lesson doing that the hard way. But that's a personal choice. Yes, I'm aware it exists, but it's a safety precaution I don't use. I'm sorry, Natasha, but not this morning. What happened to me? What happened to me tunes? This is all like... This is rant. This is too chill. Too chill. There's a slightly... There we go. Now we're cooking. Telomere, welcome in. Good morning, by the way. Good morning, good morning. Ooh, loads of orders. Flicker, you can stay. Artisan security, nope. Knowledge points, artisan security, knowledge points, Flicker, artisan security, Flicker. Right, they're the ones we do. Also, we're wondering why your recipe scan is so fast. I got a 9800 X3D. Mine takes twice as long as yours, I feel like. Your craft sim cache is probably just very bloated. If you've got lots of characters, lots of professions on a single account, your craft sim database is probably just chunky. I think there's a way to like clear it out and speed it back up again. But if you'd also notice when I open recipe scan, there's like, hang on, I'll do it in a minute. When I open recipe scan, there's like basically nothing in it. It's almost like the equivalent of a fresh install of Windows, because these are not on my main account. My main account is really slow to scan. It's a very, very clever add-on, Craft Sim, but it's quite chunky. How much gold have you made this expansion? Wasn't your goal $1 billion? No, a billion would be lovely, but I also love maths, and I know that mathematically there is absolutely no chance of making $1 billion gold in this game anymore. Not in any not without doing some absolutely ridiculous stuff. When you break it down, $1 billion gold is quite literally 1 million gold profit a day, every single day, for 3 years. Now, that means you have to be making 30 million gold profit a month, which is bonkers. And you need to do that consistently for 3 years to hit $1 billion. So, yeah, I do not have the infrastructure, the desire, or the energy for that. Getting back up to 100 mil would be nice. But just because it's kind of like, it's an arbitrary milestone, I suppose. The thing is, it's weird for me because I've been there before. Like, back end of Shadowlands, I had like 120 million nearly. But I've whittled it all away. Or not all, but I don't even know how much. To be honest, it's really hard to keep track of gold these days. I used to almost entirely rely on Trade School Master to tell me how much gold I have, but it doesn't track sales properly and seems to go wrong all the too frequently. And now the fact that I've got gold spread across multiple different accounts, it doesn't track and share, so I don't really know. My goal is not to make the number look big. As long as the number is probably going up, I'm happy playing. That's basically my I enjoy the journey. I have enough gold in the pot to continue to enjoy the journey however I want. You can do it easier by selling Mythic Raid and being an advertiser. They make like 10 mil cuts. I love how you say easier, being able to sell Mythic Raid and being an advertiser. Like that that's a very limited clientele in the first place. The boosting community, there are a handful of people in the boosting community that make out like bandits. Yes, that is very true. But the majority of people who try to make gold via boosting in any way, shape or form basically get caught in the loop of the gold there's a bit of a theory, right? And I don't know exactly how true this is, but it's relatively strong, that boosting is a bit of a circle jerk. That most of the people that make a lot of gold via boosting then end up spending a lot of gold buying boosts, because they simultaneously want to keep their own characters at a very high level. They make a bunch of gold by selling that boost to other people, but then they spend an awful lot of their gold. You know, what do they say? You know, never, never dine on your own supply. That's kind of how the boosting scene feels a little bit to me. So I'm not doubting that some of them make absolutely astronomical amounts of gold, but it's the only people that make silly gold via boosting are the people who sit at the top, that take a slice of the pie and do very little for it. The organizers are the ones that, you know, the people that run the discords, the people that run the economies that go alongside boosting, not necessarily the people that do the boost, but, you know, the people that are taking a 20% cut of every single boost that happens. They're the ones that are making a lot of gold. A lot of gold. I need to do some patron orders on my main dudes as well. Made about 40 mil profit in the War Within, so I'm pretty psyched about that. Spent a lot of moolah in Dragonflight on all sorts of random stuff. Yeah, I kind of half had the mindset going into the War Within of we'll use the War Within to like refill the bank. Because I also spent wildly in Dragonflight on all sorts of silly things. I mean, I have an infrastructure set up right now that generates me about 10 million gold in value a month. But even that is something that I'm looking to tone down and slow down, because it's a lot of effort, a lot of repetitive effort to achieve that in a market that I do suspect is at risk of changing. We'll do some rare killing in a little bit. So Swigs, you are safe for now.
I want them gone.
Have you started prepping for housing crafts yet? By prepping, I mean leveling all professions through every expansion. I've done that anyway. I've played the game for 20 years. I've got all of that set up for the most part anyway. My main crafters have got every expansion fully min-maxed, just by virtue of playing the game a lot for a long time. But otherwise, it's definitely something to keep yourself busy with right now. I can't, in any great confidence, say that it's going to be worth anything doing it, but the same story as always, really. If you have fun doing it, does it matter? Do these ones. Jewelcrafting, leatherworking. Oh, this might be a good opportunity to showcase enchanting in slightly more favourable light This is my full build enchanter. Player housing is going to increase sales a lot. So many people are going to come over from Final Fantasy 14. I mean, it's definitely going to make... I mean, a new category of collections can only be good, right? I'm still keeping relatively neutral on how lucrative the whole system will be. Mostly because I know fundamentally player housing is not something that is designed for goblins to make a shitload of gold from. Now, goblins will do goblin things, but Blizzard's design philosophy around decor is not to go and make crafters rich, right? Their design goal with it is to allow crafters to make stuff and make things readily available. Like, availability is actually more important to Blizzard. They want things to be readily available, they want things to be reasonably priced, and they want people to be able to access all this decor stuff if they so choose, which actually directly goes against what a lot of crafters and goblins and people that like to make gold in the game would like to see. This leads me to think that the design philosophy going into it is not going to be great for us. Sure, we'll be able to collect recipes, sure, we'll be able to craft things, but I don't think they're going to add much friction to the system, because it doesn't make sense for them to do it. They want to allow as many people to have access to as many pieces of decor as quickly as those players can, because the more decor pieces people have, the more creative they can be with their player housing, and the more likely they're to sit for tens or hundreds of hours tinkering with their house. They don't want every piece of decor to be super rare, super valuable, very limited in supply. These are not things that Blizzard are going to want from player housing. They're giving crafters the ability to craft a bunch of it so that crafting is integrated in the new system. But I really don't think they've got any desire to make the recipes hard to get, the materials hard to farm, the items hard to craft. These are all things that would lead to the prices of those items being high as well, which is also something I don't think Blizzard are going to really want. So I think they're going to make the recipes relatively easy to get. The materials are going to be relatively easy to get. Dare I say, as easy as just buying them off a vendor somewhere. Maybe they can, integrate some limited supply of the materials somewhere, or make some of the recipes a little bit more challenging to get. But I'm not holding my breath for anything outrageous, because I don't think, if I was Blizzard and I was designing it, I don't think that's what I'd want, I don't think that in any way, shape or form is what I would want. What about token sales from it? Token sales will happen naturally. If you think about it from the perspective of, look at Walmart, who has lots of everything available for a very cheap price. That's the concept that Blizzard are probably going to want to take with this, right? They're going to want every single piece of decor item at a reasonable price on the auction house. If they can do that, then there's this huge, great big starter pack of decor items that are readily available on the auction house, that are being crafted by all of the crafters, that are all relatively available, so people can go in and they can buy a whole bunch of different decor items, and that in itself will promote token sales. You don't need big ticket items. There'll be a couple, because there always is. There'll be something that's rare, something that's difficult, something that's bugged, something that's broken, that will make something expensive. But the design philosophy is absolutely not going to be, let's make everything super duper mega expensive, I don't think. Because that's sort of counterproductive to what they want the system to be. They don't want the system to be, because let's look at it from the perspective of, yes, they're going to bring in huge amounts of people from other games. I bet a good percentage of the Final Fantasy 14 player housing community are going to jump into WoW and they're going to test it out. Now, if every single piece of decor all of a sudden costs 10,000 gold and you can buy 5 pieces of decor with a token, then those players are going to get real bored real quick because they can't fill their houses with all the stuff they want. The availability is going to be critical for Blizzard. And this is why I think they probably put a lot of time and a lot of effort into making sure that there is hundreds, if not thousands, of decor items on launch, because that is what will keep people engaged in the system, is allowing people to have that creativity. And if you paywall players' creativity, it's not going to work. I genuinely do hope that there are some like big, expensive, prestigious items, because just like art in the real world, for example, right? One pieces of art end up being very, very expensive, but their value, you know, the value of that item is different to a blue sofa, an average blue sofa, or a green bed, or a brown bookcase, or whatever, you know. So yeah, TLDR, I don't think there will be gold to be made, but I do not believe it will be the next gold rush that will see Goblin billionaires off decor. No. Crafters will have the ability to craft a few decor items and sell a few decor items, but we have to be slightly more realistic about it. If I'm honest, I was going to take a little bit of a look at enchanting, wasn't I, on a full build enchanter. Do I have a full ingenuity tool on this dude even? Oops. I do have an ingenuity tool. So let's say if we go recipe scan. "95% accessibility, 5% challenging, but with 75% plus of the whole player base buying stuff, I still expect opportunities to be huge." Well, this could be a thing, you know. It could be that there are so many people who will run off to the auction house and just, you know, It wouldn't surprise me if there will be people out there that will go and buy a token, whatever a token will cost when it comes out. EU price is currently like 350k or whatever, and they'll buy a token and they'll have 350,000 gold, and they'll buy as many pieces of decor as they can with that 350,000 gold, just purely to have as many different pieces of decor as possible. Now, of course, if you're the one on the other end of that transaction, crafting and selling all this decor stuff, then that's good news. But I still don't think crafters are going to run away like bandits with this. The people that will make out like bandits are people farming the materials. This is going to be a farmers will win situation. I don't think there's going to be enough limitation in the crafting of these items for the crafters to take much of a margin. Farmers will win. Farmers will win and flippers always win, but farmers will win. Why is it scanning inscription? What's going on here? Hang on, I didn't realise that was ticked. Let's try that again, shall we? I'm hyped about player housing, but what do you actually do in your house? Or is it just purely cosmetic and role playing? Pretty much, yeah. They've already said that they don't really want too much utility. They don't want you to have an auction house or a crafting table or this sort of stuff in your player house, because garrisons, you know. we've been there, we've done that, we've got the t-shirt on that one, and Blizzard are going to be probably overly protective of that not happening again. But the point is if they give us a tool set to do as we please, here's a blank canvas, go make yourself a house in World of Warcraft. People have spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours designing their player housing in other games. Blizzard just wants a piece of that pie. And it's weirdly addictive. Farmers always win. Remember their mentality. I got these for free. Yeah. A 10 million golden toilet seat. I said at the beginning, I want player housing to bleed me dry. I want player housing to be so good that I would be willing to spend every single penny on all of my accounts in order to get all of the stuff and to be able to play with it properly. And that will go as far as having some like absolutely filthy status symbol style bits and bobs. Not to dig up history here, but there was a period in time where NFTs were popping off, and I speculated if or what Blizzard could do with NFTs. And obviously NFTs were and are a bit of a meme, but conceptually it's a digital signature that says there is only X amount of a certain thing. There is still the possibility that there could be limited supply artwork or statues or, stuff for your player housing that is managed as a limited supply item, There are 1,000 of these available. If you have one, it's yours. You have one of 1,000 or 999 of 1,000. They could do limited supply stuff, and then art and decor and statues and this sorts of silly stuff. It could integrate very well with player housing. I don't think they'll go that route, mind. It's just an interesting, bit of a brain fart to think about. Oh, hang on. What's this? What's the dress you're doing now? Nostramantheus. It's true. Damn, do I speak facts sometimes. Nothing but the truth coming from me. I've discovered the biggest challenge with clipping you is that you talk in too long sentences. Do I need to clip farm? Do I need to keep every sentence? Do I need to keep every topic of discussion to less than 30 seconds? Is that what we're saying? So, even today, with a full build, you can still squeeze out nearly 10 gold per point of concentration by the looks of things. Where's Authority of the Depths, though? Authority of the Depths, like a big one, is still only like 5 gold per point of concentration. It's interesting to see that there are some that are Chant of Armored Leech. This has probably got more to do with the fact that, yeah, the market has been reset a little bit. But yeah, there's still plenty of gold to be made via concentration with enchanting, which is why people suggest you do it. You only need that one clip to blow up and go viral, though. So bring in those hot takes. Should we just have an hour of every stream where I just farm clips? Just nothing but the spiciest of takes for an hour in 30-second chunks. Chop them all up, slap them on TikTok, call it a day. We'll be the next pirate. By this time next year, we'll be the next pirate software. I don't think that's a good thing, though, is it? Not after his recent controversies. Controversies. The man has an opinion. Boo-hoo. The only way I'm thinking people will do housing in WoW is much the same. Oh, I got my Corium toilet finally. I need a whole new bathroom. I think I'll just build a spa. Yeah, this is it. This is what player housing gives people the opportunity to do. They do that one thing in game. They get that one little achievement that gives them one little piece of decor, and it's just squirrels. You know, for the next 5 hours, you're building a whole new bathroom in your player housing. Or, you know, you get a Nixia's head, and you're like, right, we need to make a shrine to a Nixia, you know. He had more than just the hardcore controversy. Well, he's almost inadvertently farming the shit out of that himself these days. You not see the fact that he went on what's his name, Dr. K or something? The internet doctor. I don't know what his actual tagline is, but the internet doctor basically ripped him apart and told him he was just being an arrogant son of a bitch. And he was like, well, I don't see it that way. And then he was like, that's my exact point. He literally called him out to his face, and he was like, didn't even see it. What was I doing on this dude? Nothing. We were doing Patreon orders, weren't we? And we've done them. Blacksmithing orders. Damn you, blacksmithing. It's going to take us forever and a day to get you leveled. I got banned for his stream for asking. Yeah. The reality is that, to a degree, is the best practice. Now, I've always said, if I do anything overly controversial on the internet, the thing I'll do is very straightforward. Super easy. I've always said that the easiest way to deflect drama on the internet is just log off. Just log off. Right? Just log off. Just don't feed the trolls. It's really simple. If you ever get and when I mean drama bait, not when if somebody starts fiddling kids, then that's a problem. But if it's just for something stupid, pirate software roaching out in a dungeon and it blowing up, the best thing he could have done was gone, boys and girls, I'm going on holiday for 3 months. See you later. Turn everything off. Turn everything off. It's not like he hasn't got a few quid. Turn everything off. Come back 3 months later, internet won't give a damn. Internet will have forgot. That's literally the best way you can deal with controversy and drama on the internet. Just disappear for a few months. But people don't. They stand their ground. They make apology videos. They fucking yap about it. They start banning people. Other people start talking about it. They clip farm. People are their own worst enemies with that sort of stuff. If you really want to avoid the drama on the internet, if you get put in the spotlight, turn the spotlight off. Just go away for a few months. Come back. Nobody will remember. Nobody will care. Wow, that's not many, is it? Don't need that one. Don't need that one. We'll do the ones that give us flickers. We ain't never getting these catch-up points unless we do these daily. It's really annoying having to do 3 Patreon orders every single day to get the catch-up points, but since I have refused to go farming treasures for many a month now, this is the way we gain the knowledge points. Would make more sense to clip the recording though. It takes quite some time. Yeah, weirdly, Twitch's clip system is pretty poor. I've tried clipping other people's streams when they've done and said funny things, and it's not actually as straightforward. I don't like. There are professional clippers out there that clearly have got it down, but I think clips on Twitch can be up to 60 seconds long, can't they? Apology videos are hilarious. I know there was a big streamer who got caught watching deep fake porn of some other streamer, and he was like feigning crying and pretending to be remorseful. I was like, you aren't upset at all that you did it. You're upset that you got caught. Yeah, these people just need to just turn the stream off. Stop going on social media for 5 minutes. Go dark for 60 days. And then you can come back like absolutely nothing happened. And if you're a big enough content creator, like, your audience is not going to disappear in 60 days. Like, this is the funny thing about Twitch. It's really funny. The bigger streamers on Twitch, when they get banned, and it's not when you're live 8 hours a day, it's not if you get banned, it's when you get banned. Because if you're live for 8 hours a day and you're talking and you're going to say or do something silly at some point. It's just a novella. You know, we're all human. So when these, Quinn69 is one of the funniest for this. He has some pretty spicy takes, but he'll randomly get banned for saying or doing something dumb. And he's just like, cool, I'll take my kids on holiday for a week. He goes, has a vacation, comes back, and then boom, off he goes. It's just a forced holiday for these content creators. People who are like absolute workaholics to begin with. I got banned. That's all right. I'll just take a holiday for like. There's no remorse, no nothing. It's like, bullshit people, because people seem to believe that they can fool others. No, people are not stupid. There's lots of stupid people, but most people aren't that stupid. The internet moves so fast nowadays. You might be like the front page of LSF for a day. And if that happens, just go dark for a while. Come back, and then a couple of months later, like, literally nobody will remember. Nobody will remember, nobody will care. The internet will be irate about something else. Go about your day. GG, well played. Is there a way to optimize the recipe scan to maximize the full use of your concentration bar? Like, sometimes it recommends nice costs like 125 or 166, but sometimes it does random numbers like 153 or 187, and using those means effectively wasting up to half a craft's worth of concentration. Craft Sim, to my knowledge, it does automatically try and use as much of your concentration bar as possible. That said, if you have a full bar of 1,000 concentration going into it, you're technically doing it wrong anyway. Every single point of concentration is worth something. If you are min-maxing it, you should never let that bar hit 1,000, because then that means every 6 minutes you're losing gold. You should never let your bar cap out at 1,000 anyway. That would be the better thing to do. Now, I know some people get into a routine with the concentration bar. They'll log on every 3 days, or they'll log on a Saturday and they'll log on a Wednesday. And they'll use the concentration then and there. Realistically, if you are actually trying to optimize it, just don't let the bar fill. Because as long as you're using it and you're using it in an optimal fashion, you're getting the most from it. Once again, this is another thing. Don't worry. You're trying to let an add-on do it for you. You need to be more in control and have the add-on help you. The smart thing is to never let the bar hit 1,000 in the first place, and let CraftSim run some of the numbers to give you an indication of what you should craft. Wednesday and Saturday, I feel observed. Well, I know people's patterns. I know people's routines. I have them myself. That's the approach I would take anyway. If you ever let the bar fill to 1,000, you are technically leaving money on the table if you're doing concentration alts. It's a bit of it's one of those gross marketing kind of buzzwords, but it's the best way to describe it. You can, I don't know if I'm on the right character to really show this again either, to be honest, but if you go, when you are doing recipe scans, if you are doing a recipe scan for a profession, you have options here. So you can like optimize concentration, you can be optimizing your profession gear. If you tick this, it slows your scan down dramatically, but is only useful if you have multiple tools. But by default, it does already try and use an optimal amount of concentration. And when you select something to craft, so let's say, for example, we wanted to go and craft, I don't know actually what this is a really bad example because this dude is a thaumaturgy character. But let's say we went to try and craft a flask, say. What you also have is the need for Natasha to shut up. What you actually can do is you can open up the cost optimization. Is it cost optimization? No, which one is it? The reagent optimization. The reagent optimization here will show you where you should be, exactly which materials you should be using. And this is where you have a little bit more choice. This is where you can optimize the concentration value or not to try and squeeze out the most. Did somebody say thaumaturgy? My ears just perked up. Welcome in, Hunts. Welcome in, welcome in. But the reality is you probably just shouldn't ever be letting this bar hit 1,000. If your bars are ever hitting 1,000, there's stuff you can be doing first before worrying too much about how CraftSim optimizes stuff. Feels weird watching a stream at dinner time. It's usually brekkie time. Yeah, it's kind of funny how I've sort of I've always streamed in the mornings, and what is my morning, I should say. It's 11:24 for me right now. In fact, you can see that on the screen. I've always streamed in the mornings because it's more convenient for me. Whereas now, quite interestingly, like a few other goal makers are, and content creators are, like K-Chak, for example, is predominantly streaming in the evenings. I don't think he ever streams at this sort of time of day. So we don't totally cross paths, but we're slowly but surely filling every one of the 24 hours in the day. Got some meetings to attend. Don't say anything worth clipping while I mute you. All right, done deal. No spicy takes for the next half hour. We have no maps to craft this? What's going on? On a good day, you can transition perfectly from Mantheus to Elon to K-Chak, and then maybe a little bit of Hickons before bed. Yeah, we've kind of accidentally accidentally all smushed into our own slots. I bought that. Where, did I not take those out the mailbox? No, I did take them out the mailbox. I'm really not being able to pay attention to what I'm doing today. I have days when my brain is in a bit of a fuzz. I woke up this morning, or should I say I was woken up this morning, by my wife saying, come on, let's go take the dogs for a walk. I've got a meeting in 20 minutes. And I was like, I was not ready to wake up this morning. I accidentally might have gone to bed a bit later than I should have done last night. But yeah, my body was not ready to get out of bed this morning. And so I'm still a bit hazy from that. Bit of Goblin for some morning coffee. Yeah, I sometimes catch Goblin before I even start my stream. Oh my god, what's the prices on these? I'm not spending 500 gold, I'm not spending 1,000 gold. Wow, the 3 flickers were on dog shit orders. I don't need to do any of that rubbish. Fuck you. Engineering, dear god. Useless. Right, we'll log that dude out then. Remember to get your crafters drunk in vials this Saturday? Wait, what? Get your crafters drunk in vials this Saturday? Oh, bountiful changes effect on the 1st. Didn't it switch over like the 20th of December? So would it not be 20th of June? How do we know it's the 1st? Do we know it's the 1st, or is this an educated guess? I'm not doubting you probably know something more than I do, but... Right. Let's play Jewelcrafting. I really hope 11.2 will bring some sort of improvement to the catch-up system for crafting professions, because crafting orders isn't it. I have hundreds of catch-up points banked on alts without any reasonable way of getting them. Yeah, 21 points a week isn't really what I consider catch-up in my mind. Obviously 21 points on top of whatever you can get that week by default, which is like 10 to 13 points or something. Yeah, I kind of agree the catch-up system isn't it. I found it a little bit difficult to really voice too strongly. Let me put it this way. It's difficult to be overly negative about the catch-up system because compared to Dragonflight, it's good that we've got one at all. But the point is it doesn't really feel like a catch-up system. It just feels like here's an incentive to log in every single flipping day on your crafters, which isn't a catch-up system. A catch-up system should not require you to get into a daily login habit. That's fucking mobile engagement bullshit. But yes, if there won't be any improvements to it, I can absolutely tell you for starters that there won't be any improvements to it in 11.2. They might change stuff going into midnight, but I don't think they've got any intention of changing up the system right now. This is just the system we have in this expansion now. Should give professions a way to salvage crafted items to get catch-up points. Well, in a way, that loops everything into the same sort of system that enchanting has, doesn't it? For example, these 4 toons that I'm going to be playing with today, these 4 toons are set up to be Jewelcrafters. These are going to be prospectors. I'm actually relatively sure that we can get them min-maxed in 1 day. As Jewelcrafting, I think it's about 130 knowledge points. That's well within reach now, considering we get like 60 points just by flying around and picking up them. So I don't think setting up them is going to be too difficult today. I've obviously got to do it 4 times. I haven't leveled Jewelcrafting for quite a while, but I have a sneaky suspicion that because Blasphemites are basically free these days, 1 Blasphemite recipe, just bang them out all the way to 100 GG well played, is probably the easiest way of getting 100 skill in Jewelcrafting right now. Let me quickly refer to my Jewelcrafting guide. What was my initial... This is how you level Jewelcrafting. Leveling 1 to 100. With the current build, it is cost prohibitive to prospect to acquire your materials, where you need to purchase the required mats from the auction house unless you are strictly pushing for realm first types of advantages. They don't exist anymore. This is because your skill at prospecting without speccing into it is terrible. Buy the mats. Much like in Dragonflight, reaching 50 can be done with trainer recipes, but 50 to 100 will have various paths. Here was my original video for leveling Jewelcrafting. If you are going to prospect your own ore, you only need to buy bismuth. I suspect a cheaper option will be to buy all the mats directly, since prospecting build players will have much better prospecting rates than you will whilst leveling. So route A is probably the path. Or, well, actually route B, which is just to buy all of the items. Take this path if you are going to prospect yourself and be self-sufficient. No, we're going to buy shit, so we go route B. 7 amber cuts, a bunch of gilded vials, 10 incanters shards, and then 50 plus. Even making the 10 incanters shards may not be the best way to get those points anymore. We might actually start making Blasphemites even earlier. Grab a Blasphemite recipe. They go all the way to 100. Cubic Blasphemer. This is an option. It goes grey at 80 though, so it's not an option. The inverted prisms are actually probably more expensive. Nullstones are basically free though. Engraved gem cutters are basically free. Inverted prisms might be the cost prohibitive thing there. Maybe option 2 isn't that great anymore. Or the alternative is to get the Magnificent Jeweler's setting recipe and just smash that out to 100. That's not all that different to buying a Blasphemite recipe, really. Or you can craft gear for people. That's not a quick and easy way. Okay, so the Zug Zug route is going to be a Blasphemite recipe. Buy a Blasphemite recipe. Buy a Blasphemite recipe. Elusive Blasphemite. That'll do. That'll do. We'll have 1 of them. In fact, we'll have 2 of them. 3 of them. 4 of them. 8 silver. Can't argue for 8 silver. Right, when can we learn that? Skill 30? We need to get to skill 30. Blasphemite, crushed gemstones, and an engraved gem cutter. And we just bang those out all the way to skill 100. Right, you have a recipe. You have a recipe. And you have a recipe. Now we just got to get these dudes to skill 30. Which was as simple as craft a few ambers. And then craft a few gilded vials. Okay, this is very straightforward. No, we're at the wrong flipping table. Do I buy basic green tools for jewel crafting, for leveling? It's probably not worth it, is it? It's probably not worth it at all. We need a jeweler's toolbox. Who sells me a jeweler's toolbox? There's one. Do you think stacking up on Black Lotus, classic very rare herb, is a good call before housing hits? No idea. Your guess is absolutely as good as mine on that one. I would love to join you on team speculation, but I mean, that's, you might as well flip a coin. That's literally the concept with any classic mats or any past expansion mats right now. Until we get recipes, we don't know. Until we get recipes, I couldn't tell you. What's this? Brutosaur is huge. Oh my. That is a big boy. That's a big boy. There's some massive toes. My philosophy is I can always sell the crafting mats later if I don't need them. There's only 178 up on the entire EU of Black Lotus. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what Black Lotus is. I mean, yeah, I have no idea what it is. An average of 7 a day sell. Yeah, I don't know. Safer to invest in stuff that's on the leveling paths for professions. Track the changes here. All already well up. Oh, okay. Yeah, so for any of those people out there that are leveling their old professions right now, remember one thing. You sell the best profits are made by selling to the speculators. Best profits are made by selling to the speculator. What have we learned in the last couple of patches in this game? That when we transition from one patch to another, there is a steady rise in price of everything up until the patch launches. Then there is an initial dip as everybody tries to cash out. And then when actual demand kicks in, it rises again. So if you're right at the very beginning, if you're the early bird, you buy up a bunch of stuff before anybody has any real reason for it, and then you sell it to all the people that are speculating that the prices might rise in the run-up to. And if you're really clever, you double dip and you buy that first dip when the content comes out and everybody tries to sell everything and crashes the price on everything, and then you do it again. The concept is the same, and it works like clockwork. I have no idea what Black Lotus goes into or what they're used for. Didn't they used to go into some, like, classic flask or something that has not been needed for 19 years? I don't know. Right, if I need some ambers, actually. No, that's not the right one. Where's my... that one. Let's buy some mats. So what do we need? Engraved gem cutters. We can do 7 of these, apparently. 7 of your cheapest engraved gem cutters. Let's be clever about this, shall we? I was really clever, I'd have just made a shopping list in something or other. But in ambers, what am I looking for? Ambivalent ambers. I can't flipping spell that. I'm English. We don't spell. What do we need? Like 50 of those? Can't complain at the price of those, honestly. We need some glittering glass. This is a little bit more expensive. What do we need of that? 48. That's a very precise number, but we'll go with it. This is one of those trust the process situations. I've not checked all of these matte numbers for a few months, so I'm assuming that nothing has changed behind the scenes. We also need crushed gemstones of your cheapest variety. What do we need of these? 120? Can I do it without maximizing everything? Just about. It's a bit tiddly, but it will work. And then some gleaming shards. 10 of each. Okay, now if my calculations are correct, that's all the materials we need. We will find out if my calculations are correct momentarily. Welcome in, Santi. How are we doing? Good morning, good morning. Lurking, leveling the Goblin Hunter. Sounds good, my man. Sounds good. The enchanting catch-up system works really well, in my opinion, and I think it's a better system than the patron work order system for catch-up. I'm not sure it'd be too complicated to add for 11.2. Just make salvaging a craft and maybe add 20 or 30 point node to one of the specs, where it just unlocks giving it a chance to salvage to reward points. I don't disagree. Enchanting's catch-up system has made the rest of them look a little bit silly. But I don't think Blizzard have any desire to do it. I don't think they really feel that there's any. I don't think it's. They see it as a necessary thing to particularly do. As far as I honestly believe that as far as Blizzard are concerned, they're like, right, professions are done for the expansion. We've got the catch-up. The catch-up system's already in as far as they're concerned. I don't think there's going to be enough of a stink made by people for them to really, for anything to really change, if I'm honest. Right, we need to make a few deadly ambers. Let's see if my numbers are right then. Let's see if my 7 of these, apparently. 7 of those should get us to skill 15. Let's do it once on one dude to check it works. There we go. Skill 15. Then we make 8 gilded vials. That gets us to skill 31. Beautiful. Now this is technically where we can learn our blasphemite recipe. This is where I need to do some calculations. 500 gold, a blasphemite. That's because it still takes 24 cross gemstones. But it is 3 points, and that takes us all the way to 100. That would be... Yeah, it probably stops being 3 points towards the end, doesn't it? So I still think the... Probably didn't need to learn all of those, to be honest, but... So from this point on, my previous little suggestion was to just bang out Incanter's shards. 10 of these bad boys. Yeah, these are literally only 121 gold a piece to make, so these are still going to be... Technically, it's a little bit cheaper at this point to make malleable bands or pendants than it is to do the Incanter's shards. And this is only based on the fact that the rare gem prices have come down massively. My suggestion for crafting Incanter's shards initially was the fact that they used ambers and not the rare gems, whereas all the others are using rare gems. It's just the fact that the prices have come down so far that that premium for the rare gems isn't really a premium anymore. Any reason why you don't get them their blue tools first would save some materials? No real reason other than I just didn't. You're right. I probably should get them their blue tools first. I did the hard work of getting all the artisan security. You're not wrong. Maybe when we get to like the final push, the 50 to 100 push, maybe that's a good suggestion. I've bought the mats to do these now anyway, so I will follow my own advice, but I do think that malleable bands on the basis, well, actually, the cheapest by far is the malleable pendants now, isn't it? I wonder if there's a difference between when these start changing colour in terms of not giving 2 points, but let's just see. 10 of these was technically what I had in my guide. Ah, okay. Now that's interesting. They like almost instantly went green. So actually my guide is still right. Incanter's shards work well. Technically on a cost perspective, loops, right-hand magnifying glasses, or storyteller's glasses. Incanter's shards is actually the most expensive of these to make right now. These are all 80 gold a piece, whereas these are 121 gold a piece. So I'm going to make a slight change. 10. That does mean you buy different things at the beginning. Well, I've bought the mats now, so we'll continue doing it, but we should be able to take this all the way to skill 51. We can just disenchant these again in a minute anyway. 49, 50, 51, and then they go yellow, boom. Now we take blasphemites all the way to 100. But what we will do is get them their blue tools now, so we can stack resourcefulness at least to try and keep the price of this down. Because we are going to need to craft these all the way to 100 really. How can that be 24 gold to craft when it requires at least 400 gold worth of inverted prisms? And it's 5k for the recipe. Yeah. Okay. In that regard, nothing's much changed. How much are these? 1 blasphemite, 20 of them, 160 gold, 2 null stones. Wow. These are actually the cheapest way to level up. But of course, you've got to buy the recipe. What's the Magnificent Jewelcrafters recipe these days? Not a lot. Still probably enough, though. Yeah, I still think just banging these out all the way to 100 and then put them all in the bin is the play. All right, let's get these other dudes to skill 51 then. 7 of those. Welcome in, Marcus. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I hope you hit your 3k rating last night. I know K-Chak raided into you. I was lurking for a small while. Gilded vials. How many of these was it? 8? Time-gated catch-up is no catch-up in my opinion. Yeah, it was, you know, advertised as catch-up, but I don't really think it's so much of a catch-up, just part of how you go about gaining your stuff in the first place, which is weird, but... I don't want to know the price of the setting recipe. The mailbox monster ate one a few days ago, and Restoration isn't listing it. I don't know if they are that expensive, though. Are they really now? Are they actually that expensive? I mean, I know the recipe was big bucks for a while, but it can't be big bucks anymore, right? Surely, there's not huge amounts of gold to be made crafting them. Unless I'm completely out of the loop. Recipes, jewel crafting, current expansion only. Yeah, it's like 15k a piece. Yeah, these things have come down a lot. Yeah, 14k a piece is the cheapest you can pick these up for now. Hundreds of the damn things. Loads of places sub 20k for the recipe these days. Still not the cheapest way to level my profession. It's because spending 15k to save pennies is not the right way. But yeah, if you bought that 100k to flip, I've got bad news for you. Sorry. Seven of you. We can combo this now, can't we? Did I not? I bought mats. Did I not take them out the mailbox? Wait, what? Why can't I craft any of these? Why do I not have any engraved gem cutters? Wait, what? Did I only buy one? I must have fat fingered it. How many engraved gem cutters was I meant to buy? 7. Must have fat fingered it. 8 gilded vials. 8 gilded vials. Ah, come back. There we go. That takes us to 31. Learn our blasphemite recipe. 10 incanter shards. Right. Has that got them all to 51? 50, 51. Did well, happy. GG, my man. I can't even imagine pushing a rating that high in Mythic Plus. I don't even go into Mythic Plus, so that's yeah. Right, now I think, before we do the push to 100, now I do think Blue Taunt time is probably smart. As if we can stack some resourcefulness in order to get that done, we should be good. We're going to also need to do a world tour to pick up knowledge points. That's not going to have gained as many knowledge points. So let me double check what we need. How many points in here do we need? Is it just 10? Subspec, 10. Multicraft doesn't apply to prospecting. Ingenuity doesn't apply to prospect. Yeah, so we literally only need 10 in here. That unlocks our gem finding node. And then we fill this bad boy. We fill that bad boy. We need 20 more in here. And then we need 20, 40, 60, 80. So 80 plus 40, 120. Yeah, it is 100. It's only 130 points, which is within reach, I think. I think 130 points is within reach. There's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 points on the table here. Plus some patron orders. Plus some first-time crafts. It's going to be very close. Might still take a day or two of patron orders, but it's not going to take too much, I don't think. Okay. Right, let's see what we need for some tools. Job 1 is probably slam these guys in the guild, isn't it? Let's get these guys in the guild. 4 Jewelcrafters, interesting. Quad prospecting, baby. Yeah, boy. Right, back in sec. I very, very rarely drink Coke, but I need the caffeine today. I need the sugar. Ah, no. Stupid trade services. Stupid, stupid. Bring back my... There's probably a much quicker and easier way of doing this, but sometimes the way you know is the way you go. Right, them fellas are all in the guild now. That'll make putting in some guild orders for some crafty crafts a bit easier. Let's go see what we need. So the second time I've ever bothered pushing to 3k, it was only because there's a mount up for grabs. People love a chase. People love the chase. Jewel crafting tools. Lapidary acarite clamps. Who makes these then? Engineers. Engineers. That means these flipping things are going to be expensive, isn't it? Dom level expensive. Alright, well we need one of them. We need an extravagant loops. We need one of them. And we need an earthen jeweler's cover. We need one of them. Now we have a bit of a shopping list on the go. No, apparently not. When making characters, always guild invite and then trade them the epic guild tabards. You probably miss out on a lot of free guild rep. It'll matter eventually for mobile banking. Is there a rep requirement on mobile banking, is there? That's one of those things you learn, and you usually learn it the hard way. And I probably will learn it the hard way. Right, one of you. 36 of you. Inverted prisms. Cross gemstones, ringing deep ingot. Where do we get to? Crystal fused hides. Storm charged leathers. Okay, I don't think the bill there was too gross. Let me think. Prospecting, resourcefulness enchant. Do we go full resourcefulness on prospecting? Why would we not go full resourcefulness? Yeah, full resourcefulness. Enchant tool, resourcefulness. Missive of resourcefulness. Right, that should be the whole shebang. How much did that set us back? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Less than 10k? It's not too bad. Right, clamps. Usual rules apply. If anybody in the guild wants to hop on these, feel free. Otherwise, I'll just go and film them myself in a minute. But I'll put a tip on them if anybody wants them themselves. Clamps, loops. Clamps, loops. Cover. Right, next dude. And there's so much room for cost saving with all of this. Like, I could probably get away with buying most of this with quality 2 mats and then using concentration and all that sort of rubbish. But I can't be bothered. Huge amounts of what I do these days is not worrying too much about the cost, just getting it done. Worry about the cost later. Why is it telling me I need a Storm Rider's Fury enchant? Why is that showing up there? Enchant weapon Storm Rider's Fury. What the Wait. Untrack you. Bringing Deep's Ingot. Crystal Fused Hides. Storm Charge Leathers. Then we need Enchant Tool. What did I say? Resourcefulness. And Missive of Resourcefulness. Add on for knowledge points. This is a weak aura. I can give you a link to it. Give me a second. I'm assuming this was the one you were talking about anyway. Lamps. Loops. Cover. 2 down. Weekly knowledge is also decent if you're tracking on multiple characters. Yes. Yes. I don't have it on these tunes, but on this dude, I think I've got the weekly knowledge one. No, that's weekly rewards. Where's weekly knowledge? Yeah, this one's also pretty good. So it shows you what you have and haven't done across all of your tunes, which can be a little bit easier to track stuff. Don't look at all of the holes in mine. Wait, what? Oh, idiot. It's not a craft queue, is it? A ruby, more bolts. Right to me. Okay. Last dude. If we can... Yeah, we'll have to do a little bit of a world tour to go and grab some knowledge point stuff. Do I actually have enough knowledge, like arts and security on all of this? No, I need 1,800 arts and security to go grab all the books as well for jewel crafting. So we will have to do a little bit more of a disenchant shuffle to get some more of this stuff. Have I claimed the freebie bag on these tunes? Yeah. So we'll have to do a little bit before we can do a world tour to grab all the knowledge points. We'll have to do some more deck building and disenchanting. But this, in theory, is a one-day task, I think. I think we're going to be very close on the... we might be missing a few knowledge points here or there, but it's not going to be a lot. If it is going to plan, at least. Crazy Bear, how we doing? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. I hope there's no bonuses in my list here. Oh, there is a bonus in my list here. Ah, flipping out. There is a bonus in my list. Alright, I'll just pretend it's not there. Ruby, bolts, gears, wires. I know the ringing deep singer is something we need. We don't need that, we don't need that, we don't need that. We do need the crystal fused hides. And we do need the storm charged leather. Missive of resourcefulness and an enchant. Beautiful. What all am I going to do? Whichever the one makes profit. I don't actually know yet. I haven't got that far. Whatever is profitable. Shit, did I put a... I did. Okay.
In fact, there's a good chance I can just do all of them here.
Do I have the leatherworking recipe? That's the trick here. I do. Beautiful. What was the last thing? Who makes the last thing? Oh, it was an engineer, wasn't it? It was an engineering thing. An engineering something or other. I mean, I have some prospecting data from right back at the beginning of the expansion, but there's a strong possibility that I'll curate some new data. And I'll probably try and do some fancy stuff like set up a TSM profile just for prospecting. That'll have all of the ores and some custom price sources in there. And some custom shopping operations, so I don't need to remember anything. We just run a shopping scan, and if TSM tells me it's profitable, and we do it. Is the approach I'm attempting to push towards. It'll take it. We might need to do a little bit of maths. I know Kchak has recently released his prospecting sheet to the public. I think I might cross-reference with that. Yeah, we can do these. Easy business. Go on. Proc resourcefulness on my mats, please. These were the expensive ones. $14 bismuth bolts. We take that. Resource proc. Bismuth bolts, gyrating gears, and whimsical wirings. That was a big proc. Yoink. Okay, that should in theory be all me stuff. Equip you, equip you, equip you. Oh, tell you what, we need to remember to put the enchant on it. Otherwise I will absolutely forget to do that. Do not forget the resourcefulness enchant. That's mission critical. Bish bash bosh. Yep. And yep. Okay. All right. Now we can push to skill 100. Now we can push to skill 100. Does prospecting even need the bar at 100? I don't think I need to push it to 100, do I? Does the skill gain from this matter for prospecting? God, it's been ages since I've done this. I'm not convinced I actually need it to 100. Because the skill gain is just for crushing. Just for crushing, and if we ever do any concentration shit with it. I am not convinced that I actually need to push this to 100. Because flat skill, I don't think makes a blind bit of difference. I can't flip and remember. To achieve the full bill for prospecting, you need to have Jewelcrafting at 100 plus 40 from Q5 Profession gear. The skill does not directly affect prospecting, but secondary stats on this gear matter a lot. Q5 is a must, and the tool should be fully built for resourcefulness. I don't need to push these characters to 100. Yeah, I'm not convinced that pushing these Jewelcrafters to 100 is actually necessary because the skill doesn't affect prospecting. It's the secondary stats up here that are most important, and then having the build. You need to be slamming a vial for the crafting speed. During summer, you want to use the enhanced ambidexterity. During the winter, you use bountiful for the extra resourcefulness. And then quick hands. Yeah, I don't need to push these dudes to 100. The only reason I need to push them to 100 is if I want to use their concentration for something. But if they're solely set up for the purpose of prospecting, then I'm not even going to bother doing that. Meaning blue tools is as important as I need. And the reality is I didn't even technically need this one, because this is just ingenuity and multicraft, two things that do not benefit prospecting whatsoever. You actually only need this one because it has resourcefulness on it, and you need a full resourcefulness tool. Well, there we go. Magically saved myself a shitload of gold by not pushing this to 100. I might change my mind at a later date, but for now, not bothered. I wonder how that's going to affect... We're not going to need this tree. Does the base gem cutting node do anything of importance? No. There's no there's no resourcefulness on offer in this tree. So actually, yeah, we don't need to push to 100. That's an interesting find. I technically probably didn't even need to push to 51. You don't need to level this at all. You need to level it to 25 to unlock shaping. That's literally all you needed to have done. I didn't even need to go to 51. 25 would do the job. Lol. Okay. I never even really considered that. Well, now we know. It didn't cost us much to get to 51 anyway. So the next thing to do is to get them more knowledge points. We need to fill this tree as much as we possibly can. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 points on offer by running around and picking them up. Maybe that's the thing we should do. Those points are going to require, 200, 500, 900 artisan security minimum. I have 380. So yeah, we actually need to switch now to do a little bit more enchanting, disenchanting. Get some more enchanting knowledge points. And actually, I need to do this like right here, right now, today, because otherwise my ability to get the shimmering dust will reset with reset tomorrow, won't it? And that's going to be gross if I have to go and farm flipping treasures again to get more enchanting catch up. And nobody wants that. Luckily, I've still got plenty of Dark Moon decks to build in order to do this. Right, before we start smashing this out, I'm going to take a quick break for 2 minutes, stretch my legs, and then we'll do a bit of a blast on getting some Dark Moon decks built and disenchanted. Right, give me 2 minutes, boys and girls.
Okie dokie. Right.
Now for a little bit of grind. I don't necessarily know exactly how many Artisan Security I need, but I've already bought all the Dark Moon decks, so I might as well do something with them. We got to build a bunch of Dark Moon cards, then disenchant a bunch of Dark Moon cards. Build a bunch of Dark Moon cards, disenchant a bunch of Dark Moon cards, learn a bunch of knowledge points, gain a bunch of Artisan Security is the plan. Every Dark Moon deck is worth 5 Artisan Security. And it's the sole reason we leveled up Enchanting first. To be able to do exactly this. Now I have already set up these guys with a pretty specky disenchant build. They'll eventually, with all of these bonus knowledge points they'll get, just spread out into potentially being concentration alts, slightly overbuilt concentration alts. But they're almost full build for disenchanting, other than their own tools, to be fair, but which means they're not disenchanting profitably, but they're disenchanting reasonably well. Oh, Wild Rose appears. Good morning, good morning. I saw you streaming again the other day. Was it yesterday? Can't remember. I think it was yesterday. Hope life is treating you well. Much better working on it though. Always working on it. Always room for improvement. But good to hear that you are feeling better, or at least are going in the right direction. How much do we have? We got 380. What did I say we needed? We need like 900 to 1,000 of this, don't we, roughly? 900 to 1,000. Like, we need to do at least... Is that 100 Dark Moon decks? 100 Dark Moon decks, 5 apiece is 500. We need to do like 150. We need to basically do all of these Dark Moon decks, don't we? Basically. Get it done. Rose said yesterday she wished she was as rich as Mantheus. It wouldn't be surprised if she has more liquid gold than I do these days. I'm asset rich but cash poor. Cash poor is not strictly by normal definitions of cash poor, but relative to where I have been previously, I don't actually have anywhere near as much gold as I used to. I saw somebody reference a streamer called Elon a moment ago. Must be missing something because I can't fathom Elon Musk streaming WoW. No, not that Elon. Elon CS. Swedish Elon. He's also doing really well for himself right now. His stream's popping off. He's got some interesting concepts on the go on his YouTube channel. He had a really cool giveaway style system on his stream the other day. He's filled his bank on one of his characters with lots of random stuff, but he's put it all in like package wrapping stuff. And you can trade in channel points for a chance at a gift. It's a bit loot boxy, but it was an interesting concept. I'm going to be honest, I'm half tempted to steal. Creatively borrow, I think's the phrase. He has a habit of calling everybody brother, which amuses me. I only have 585k now. I don't want somebody else's gold if I didn't make it. That's the whole point. Okay, maybe I have a little bit more raw gold than you right now, but you can still do an awful lot with 500,000 gold in this game. Although when we were talking earlier about player housing, there's for those ATT collect everything style players, I think Decor will take a big chunk of change out of their gold totals. Balance cap, just need 2 more tokens, then you'll have 10 in your bags. Oh, I see. So there, yeah, that's also the same. You're sort of asset rich, but sort of cash poor. If you've cashed them all into tokens and I've got a maxed out Blizzard balance, then yeah. I tend not to even bother doing that particularly much anymore. I should do, to be honest, but capping my Blizzard balance right now when I don't really feel the token's particularly cheap, it doesn't really net me any benefits. I should have done it like right at the beginning of the expansion when the token was tiddly, token price was tiddly. But I've also spent like probably 3 full balance caps since the start of the expansion, so furnishing will sell like hotcakes. Who doesn't love a hot cake? There'll be lots of stuff to sell. It's just questions on whether there'll be any margin in it for crafters. Something else I noticed, enchanting is such a cutthroat market that merely makes and posting enchants isn't enough because they get undercut almost instantly. That's not just enchanting, my friend. That's crafting 101. That's literally crafting in general. It's not unique to enchanting in any way, shape or form. People say the same things all day, every day about every single one of the professions. Crafting is just very competitive. For the most part, we've all been smushed into one arena. That's the main difference. It was easier, and there was more opportunity for individuals to stand out when we had individual server economies. But now we have region-wide economies. There's nowhere near as much room for people to stand out. And you do literally have to be disproportionately sweaty in your gameplay to rise to the top. And that's true to say of pretty much anything that goes on the region-wide auction house. So any commodity item, any material, very competitive. Hence why most people's suggestion is to get into concentration crafting, because that concentration bar is your edge over the mass-produced crafters. People who are looking to mass-produce items and sell them on the auction house are fighting over single-digit profit margins most of the time. Concentration allows you to come along with a very small supply of items and undercut that. You have a significantly lower crafting cost, but only on the only on a very small amount of items, which is the caveat. Which means you don't have a lot to sell, but you can sell it quickly and you can sell it profitably. And the way you scale it is by having lots of characters able to each produce a small amount of items. And so hence why people these days have got 100 plus alts banging out concentration crafts. And in many cases, there is so many people making concentration crafts that the market value for the end items ends up being less than the sum of their components under normal circumstances. So the mass producers can't mass produce anymore. If you can squeeze actual profit out of any individual single craft these days, you've found an opportunity and should take it because it might not last very long. The next price swing of the token will likely be with the housing system release. Yeah, the token goes down in price, like gold value wise. It goes down when there's good reason for people to take their credit card out their back pocket. Hence why at the beginning of an expansion, the token price takes a nosedive, because that's the peak point in time where the largest quantity of people are incentivized to buy some gold. Housing, though, does stand a chance of doing the same, but it depends just how expensive housing is. We were talking earlier how, at least I have the belief that Blizzard's goal is not to make decor expensive, it is to make decor available for as many people as possible. They will give crafters the ability to make decor items and post them on the auction house, but that is simply so that there will be a base package of decor items that you can just go to the auction house and buy. And so you can easily then say, right, if I buy a token with my credit card, take $20 out of my back pocket, buy a token, that will give me X amount of gold. With that gold, can I go and buy enough items off the auction house in order to, get going on my, player housing decor? I wonder if there'll be opportunities for some more old school style gold making with this. Like, will players be able to put together and sell player housing packages, like theme packs? One thing that hasn't been really a thing for many years now, but used to be a popular thing, was selling profession packs, where you would basically, as a player, gather up all of the materials needed to level a profession from like 1 to max, and you would sell a profession pack. Somebody would pay a fixed amount, and then you'd trade them all the materials they needed and give them a little guide along with it on how to level their professions from 1 to 0. It was like selling a profession boost, for example. It's not really been a thing for quite many years in WoW. Not retail, at least, anyway. Mostly because, well, all of the materials are already there on the auction house, and there's plenty of guides on the internet that tell you exactly how to do it, and will even give you shopping lists to just go to the auction house and buy the mats yourself. But conceptually, something like that could exist with decor. Certain themes, theme packs or something, I don't know. Like I said, goblins do goblin things and creative people do creative things. It hasn't really ever happened with transmog, so it probably won't happen with decor, but it's at least a thought. when you open housing inventory, there is a pretty large button that leads you to the shop to buy some unique decor items for real money. Some of the streamers that tested it described that. Oh, of course there will. There will absolutely be. There's no doubt in my mind that Blizzard will sell a starter pack of decor on the store. No doubt in my mind whatsoever. And I equally suspect that every other month there'll be a decor theme pack of some variety. Now, whether they choose to put them all on the store all the time, or whether they choose to, you know, let's think of it from the seasonal events perspective, you know. They could absolutely have a Brewfest themed decor pack, or they could have, you know, just like we have transmog sets now. This is the entire reason decor's turning up, is to offer yet another collection opportunity for people. Oh, have we deleted all of those? How many knowledge points is that? Ooh, that's not right. 76. We're going to need more than that, aren't we? We're going to need more than this. But that's at least the first batch. I hope they expand the work order system to legacy professions. It's often a challenge to find a crafter for an ancient recipe. At this point, if you said the same thing 24 months ago, I'd have probably agreed with you. At this point, I 100% hope they don't bother doing that. Mostly because I think that Blizzard have already proven that it takes them quite a lot of time and clearly a lot of development time to put extra items on the work order system. And the time and effort it would take them to retrofit all past professions in that way, I don't think is justified for the payoff. I would rather them spend their time and effort somewhere else, to be honest. Realistically, if something is not for sale on your server, it is now incredibly easy to make a character on another server where that item is for sale. Use your warbank to get that character on another server enough gold to buy said item. And those that are savvy shoppers can buy pretty much anything they want at an incredibly cheap price these days. So in a roundabout way, you don't need to find a specialist crafter to craft something for you. You just need to know that the undermine.exchange exists and know how to find what realm that thing is on. This does kind of counteract Blizzard's more recent philosophy of making sure everything is possible to do in-game. But I'm not convinced anymore. I was like, one thing that excited me, that was one thing that did actually excite me about the work order system, was that I was like, okay, this could be cool, so that players like myself, who have leveled up every profession in every expansion and have spent years collecting recipes for all of this sort of stuff, might actually from time to time have some use for that, being that somebody might put in an order for something that's not available for sale on your server, and somebody says, is there anybody that can craft this, basically? But clearly, the time, effort, and dev costs involved in doing that probably wouldn't be justified, unfortunately. Want to make an airship hangar or build an airship? Yeah, if the player house building is anywhere near as customizable as some of these content creators that have seen it already are advertising, there could be some pretty wild things going on. People have already got like jump puzzles in their head. What was that? What was that game that came out where it was basically an asset flip, but you take every single Steam asset and stack them in a weird pattern for you to climb up, and the if you fall off, you cry. What was it called? The game actually got pulled eventually because the dev for it was getting death threats or something weird and wacky. And there was a bit of a controversy because it was predominantly an asset flip. But that sort of concept where players will just like put random ass shit in random places and like it'll like, come and play my jump puzzle in my player housing. Expect a new path of goal making to emerge, the Decorator. Similar to boosting, the Decorator will build you a house. I've heard it's pretty huge in other games. Quite possibly. It's a good avenue for creative people to be creative. There is definitely a few logistical issues there to contest with, because obviously you get a little bit close to account sharing. But if you can, say, for example, have somebody, if you can party up with somebody and they can then come to your player house and you can somehow give them control over the design tools and they can utilize items from your inventory and your decor collection, it's a viable option. Get the decorators in, you know. I just get you lot to design me a house. Most blinged out Goblin mansion you've ever seen. I haven't seen people buying thematic furniture packs in other games. Selling furniture is not a very popular way to make money in general, but people buy decorators to make a house for them. I just know that I know this firsthand. I am a self-proclaimed non-creative person. Predominantly why I lean more to like the goal making and the economy side of stuff in this game, because it's maths and it's numbers and that's where I excel. The creativity side of it is usually not my jam. Transmog has been in the game God knows how long. Couldn't give a hoot. The only attraction to the transmog system for me is that I know it's attractive to other people, and I know that if I have stuff, they'll buy it. That's literally my only interest. Check that. I mean, look at the mog on all of my toons, right? It's just basic default leveling zone mog, apart from one dude that I've put 10 minutes of effort into basically trying to. Well, he's actually now wearing a whole mishmash of gear again because I never remember to remog it when I put a new piece of gear on. But I just couldn't care about the mog side of things. But decor and becoming a decorator is an avenue of creativity for those who are creative. But those who are not creative, that doesn't mean non-creative people don't want a cool looking house. I want to make a Stormwind Church cathedral themed housing with gold sacks stacked in the altar. Oh, you main a priest. Okay, that makes sense. Make yourself your own cult, not a cult. I mean, you spell your name with a K. There's some There's some alliteration there that you could do. Might get you banned though if you do it, if you catch my drift. I just noticed the names of your tunes. Oh, well, if I select this one, yeah. Right, we need to... How many did that give us? 760. Well, I need at least 900 to buy the books. So we need to go again. We need more cards. Usually you can set permissions or access to your house, so there's no need to do any account sharing sort of stuff. I suspect that'll be a system they'll have to integrate. I mean, if Blizzard really are trying to create the best housing system in gaming, then that equally means they shouldn't cut what seem like very obvious corners, you know? Spelt Christian in Hungarian. Christian with a K. To be fair, Horrific Visions didn't really need time gating, but here we are. Derp, you're poking a bear there, my friend. I know you're doing it deliberately, but I'm trying to keep Ranthius at bay today. This is meant to be a chill Tuesday, level some Jewelcrafters. And there's Derp running around a fire with a can of petrol in his hand. I'm honestly still pretty pissed about it. It's the reason It's the reason I've not done Visions particularly this much this week. We did 1 day of Visions, and I got my masks, and I filled out the first row of the talents, and I had the second Blizzard slammed the brakes on, I had no desire to keep pushing. And so we went and did other things. I think I got about maybe 4 or 5 hours of gameplay out of Visions this week. Whereas if they hadn't time gated it, I'd have probably quadrupled, if not 10x that amount this week. Because if there was no restrictions on playing it, I would have probably continued. Because I'm a bit of a fan of like roguelike games generally. There's actually literally a game I'm playing right now. You might, if you're on Discord, you might have seen me playing this a little bit. Towers of Babel: Survivors of Chaos is a Diablo 3 rip-off, Vampire Survivors rip-off clone that is, you know, a bit of a roguelite where every run you do, you get a bit stronger, and you get a bit stronger and a bit stronger, and then, you know, makes the next one a bit easier, and so on and so on. I'm kind of a bit of a sucker for games like that. So Visions, in some regards, fundamentally is right down my alley. The issue, though, being is that they slammed the brakes on me. So especially when you struggle through it and get absolutely nothing at the end. Well, every time you do a run in Visions, at least you get some mementos. Even if you fail, you get a mini box instead of a big box. But you still get the regular box for if you complete any of the scenarios. So it's still progress in the right direction. But the thing is the primary place you're meant to spend your mementos is on the spec tree. The whole point of it is that every talent point you put in the spec tree costs you more mementos. And so that's your incentive to go back in and farm more mementos, not to spend them on a stupid reward vendor. You spend them on a stupid reward vendor once you've finished playing the game and, you know, have no other use to spend your mementos. They've done it backwards. It's like whoever implemented the time gating has never played a roguelite in their life and doesn't understand why that type of game is fun. That type of game is fun because it allows you to continuously get a little bit stronger and a little bit better, and it's addictive. If you slam the brakes on people and then tell them, just grind this out and now you can get another mount to add to your collection of 1 billion mounts that nobody really cares about, very easy to put it down when they do things like that. Plan on getting them 100% over the next 2 weeks with very little play and then just never touch them again. I'm somewhat at the point where I'll do the bare minimum I need to do with, like, tomorrow we're going to get Ogrimmar open up. That will mean that I can get the full 8 masks. I'll be able to get the second half of some of the mounts. You know, the Void Bike thingy. There's also the Jewelcrafting mount that is that I really should be the person that's looking into this, to be honest, but I'm a bit confused about the Jewelcrafting mount because here's a good question for people who have been doing Visions actually, has anybody been able to get the components for the Jewelcrafting mount this week? Has anybody been able to get the alloys from the blacksmithing area? No? Because you can't get the recipe till next week. But it makes me wonder, if you can't get the recipe till next week, if they also don't unlock the materials, what's going to happen is that people are going to get the recipe tomorrow, but they're going to have to wait until another week before you can actually get back into Stormwind to get the components again. Why didn't they let you gather the components this week? It's another scenario where they're time gating it to make sure that people play a little bit every single week. And it's unnecessary. Oh my god, there's a paragraph. Hang on, let me blast through this. I'm not doing a great job of keeping up with chat here. I got banned on 2 of my game licenses for selling a Rivendare mount for 14k during the time walking event. Can that happen if the person that bought my mount has a banned account from RMT, even though I did no RMT? If you had 2 of your game licenses banned, I don't think they would have told you that you got banned for selling a Rivendare mount for 14k gold. I think you have drawn that conclusion yourself. Because Blizzard never tell you in that amount of detail what got you banned. For starters, I don't think there's anything I don't think that is a bannable offence in the first place. I think you got banned for something else. If you think it is an incorrect ban, keep ticketing them, keep pestering them. If you believe you're innocent, stand up for yourself. If you did do anything dodgy, admit defeat. Roguelites are right down my alley as well. I was looking forward to it. That's why I got pissed. Yeah. Speaking about creativity, I remember a case with EverQuest 2. You can set a vendor to You can set up a vendor display inside your house, and if people zone into your house and buy from that display, they do not pay the auction house cut, which is 20% in the game. And so that person puts expensive items somewhat cheaper in his vendor, so he filled the rest of his house with hundreds of duck pets. They were all walking, quacking, and when somebody zoned into the house, they instantly crashed and could not log back in. I mean, that's just gamers doing gamer things, isn't it? I mean, that's quite funny. The wait within, yeah. Yeah, there's absolute, like, I will have a poke around the Orgrimmar thing tomorrow, but the same scenario is going to apply for me, that I'm not overly driven to care about visions all that much because of the time gating. It's totally unnecessary. I would have genuinely probably put however many hours it needed to be put into visions this week, because I have the desire to run more visions. They're quite fun. The masks add a little bit of flavour. They make each run feel a little bit different. But I'm not gonna break my keyboard and put blood, sweat, and tears into doing a 5 mask run this week, when I know I'm doing it artificially gimped because they've limited the access to the talent tree. The way in which you are meant to be able to push towards completing a 5 mask run and then completing an 8 mask run is to be able to use the talent tree. Yeah, it's just, I get why people are frustrated. I get why I'm frustrated, but... I create those accounts October and November 24, solely played them to level time walking. I appealed it, got a 3-day suspension recently. I'm going to be honest, this is a topic of conversation that comes up oh so frequently, and I'm going to refer back to my previous comment of that I am not Blizzard customer service. There's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can really say about it. If you feel it's an injustice, appeal. If you've done anything remotely dodgy, take the L and move on. That's all I can really say. Two characters to go, and I'll have all classes with a 1 mask clear run. I can't be bothered to do 5 mask runs till it's chill. Yeah, I think one of the achievements is to do an 8 mask run in Stormwind and Orgrimmar. Now, I know categorically that's basically not possible until you've got the full talent tree. So, like I said, I'll do the bare minimum tomorrow. We'll have a poke around Orgrimmar, refresh the old, get rid of the cobwebs, because it's obviously been 5 years or whatever it's been since the mode was first implemented. Then we'll do some of the basic bits and pieces, but then we'll put it down again. And from that point, we'll probably wait until it's possible to actually just play it through. And if I've lost the hype for it by the time that happens, then that's Blizzard's loss and not mine. Can you run a vision with like 600 item level? Probably. I mean, a 0 mask run is theoretically designed for like freshly dinged 80s, is it not? I don't really know. I've only tried it on my main, to be honest. Right, hopefully this is then going to be... By the time we've disenchanted all of these are surely enough to give us at least the 900 artisan security we need. I think we need a little bit more to be safe. Like 1,000 plus artisan security. Because I can't remember what some of these books need. Some of them take artisan security for you to buy them, but then they refund it to you. But that still means you need it initially. At least we'll have plenty of crystals to sell after doing this as well. I'm hoping that the cost, like, I haven't done the maths on how much it really cost me to build each one of these Dark Moon trinkets. But I can't imagine it's much more than like 100, 150 gold. Probably not even that much, to be honest. So, what's our stash of crystals looking like? 140, 90, 68. These ones cover the cost probably of the trinket. We take a loss on these ones and these ones, but it's not the end of the world. Imagine, like, I'm sure a lot of people are aware of the game Hades, might have played it, might have not played it. But it's one of the most popular, I would say. I mean, Binding of Isaac is another one. Some very, very popular roguelike games out there. If you ask any one of the devs of that game if they think it would be a sensible idea to limit your progression on the talent tree at any point during their game, they would all look at you and laugh. Right? They would laugh in your face at even suggesting that. Because they're the devs who've created some of the best roguelike games on the planet, and they know fundamentally that that is one of the reasons why their games are fun to play. That is your progression. Without that, you don't progress. You are forced into a corner of grinding. Which, surprise, surprise, is not as fun. So, whoever made the senior decision to timegate visions is a fucking moron. Oh, we've disenchanted all of those, disenchanted all of those, disenchanted all of those. Lovely stuff. Right, now to actually harvest the artisan security. I feel like Shroud playing head clicker when I do this bit. It's good mouse mobility training. Although it does go to show how actually tragically bad my mouse is, because the drift is actually gross. Mr. Norton, how are we doing? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good week so far. Just noticed sub with Twitch Prime. Yeah, man. If we're going to have a dead area of the screen while I do some other stuff, then we might as well do some shameless sellout. I just wish Twitch would hurry up and let me stream in 4K, because I'm very aware that it's probably all quite blurry for you guys, and there's not a lot I can do about that, unfortunately, these days. It's nice and sharp and nice and detailed on my screen, but until Twitch lets me stream in 4K, it'll be nice and detailed when we go full screen, but anything outside of full screen is going to be a little bit fuzzy. And I don't really want to drop my screen down to 1080p while we stream just because. It's a bit fuzzy. I mean, I can stream to Twitch in 4K and you guys will have a 4K option, but the problem is it's still restricted to a 1080p bitrate. So it'll still look shit. Oh God, what's this? Yeah, I don't think I can share that one really. Spitting facts though. Clearly somebody that has absolutely no idea why that game mode is or should be fun for players. Completely out of touch. That they are literally willing to nuke their own time and effort in order to squeeze out, hopefully, some more engagement. So when they turn around and say that what they do from a development perspective is fun first, you can tell them bollocks. There are people out there doing 5 masks right now, nothing's stopping you. If you wanted to, you could as we speak. You're missing the point, my friend. Just because something's possible, I mean, I could be doing a handstand right now, but that's equally, not the point. The point is they've taken a proactive decision to sacrifice the fun of what is meant to be a little bit of a light-hearted refresh of an old piece of content. They've sacrificed a good percentage of the fun in order to try and squeeze out more engagement. Regardless of the fact that it is physically possible to do if you push, but why push when you know you're being artificially hamstrung? I don't find enjoyment in being artificially hamstrung. And the fact the system's there, you can see the system. The fact that the dude is like, for an arbitrary reason, we're not going to let you buy any more talent points this week, is BS. I want to see do a handstand now. We ain't doing handstands on stream. That's a guaranteed way for me to break a neck. The reality is it's been many years since I have done a handstand, so I don't trust myself enough. I've drank maybe 1 too many beers and eaten 1 too many steak dinners, I think, to be doing handstands maybe. I'm getting a little bit dizzy though, mind. Have we got the artisan security we need for this now, do we reckon? Are we do we believe this mini adventure might be over? Alright, how much we got? 1,145, that should be plenty, shouldn't it? That should be plenty. We get refunded some on doing this anyway. Right, now we need to go and grab some of this stuff. So we'll do it in teams of 2 because it's easier. Oh no, don't buy the enchanting ones. That would be a flipping catastrophe, wouldn't it? I get your point. You sound like you want it to be easy right now. No, I'm not looking for easy. I have every desire to be going and playing Visions. Every desire to be playing Visions. I mean, I a few minutes ago just mentioned that style of content for me is really enjoyable. I'm a big fan of the roguelike genre in general. I don't play it too much on stream because I don't think it translates well. Roguelike games are things that you get invested in your progress. I don't think it's very viewer friendly to particularly. But I'm a big fan of those sort of genre of games. Which is why it hurts all the more when Blizzard has its equivalent and then chooses to do something really, really stupid. But clearly, even the topic of conversation is triggering, so we will move on. We should be able to do what we want and gain what we want, but we can't complete it all and work on it and make it fun and push it we want. But it's time gated, so we can't. I mean, I know I have a bit of a bee in my bonnet generally about time gating, because I feel that A, we pay for the game up front, and B, we pay a monthly subscription to continue playing the game, which my perspective is that should qualify players to not be exposed to an excessive level of time gating. Time gating within group content is done for the purpose of like overall fairness and progression in the game, so I can see why, raid bosses, you can only loot them once a week, but it's predominantly designed so that everybody can sort of work towards a goal as a group together. It's group content. Visions aren't group content. Sure, you can go in there with mates if you want, but it's not predominantly group content. It's a solo adventure that I paid for the game in the first place. I also pay a monthly subscription to be able to play this game at any point during that month. Time gating should only be used very sparingly and where it's absolutely necessary for the health of the game. There's nothing in Visions that would dictate that those two statements were true. People didn't complain a lot from day one. Blizzard wouldn't do any changes. It was a stupid move from Blizzard to launch that content in the first place as being time gated. It's difficult to get your voice heard in WoW these days. And, the decisions that are made, you have to be vocal about them. But maybe I have been a little bit too vocal on this one. Starting to sound a touch like a broken record. Right, where are we off to next? We should probably do... We need to take a trip to the Undermine, don't we, I guess? There's 10 knowledge points available from there these days. If we can get 10 knowledge points from the Undermine... We also are going to need to go to Spider City, aren't we? That also means I need to do some shuffling of cash, because these dudes are not going to have the cash needed for those, but we can borrow that from somewhere else. Yeah. Spider Book. Emergent Crystals of the Surface Dwellers. No, this is the Spider Book. What's the Void Lit one? Wait, did I just buy the enchanting notes? I think I just bought the enchanting notes. Hang on. I think I just bought the enchanting notes. I don't think I bought the right book then. Alchemy, tailoring, blacksmithing are the only ones that still... Wait. Wait, hold up. Wait, hold up. Have I been buying the wrong book? What have I been doing here? That's the flipping enchanting... I've been buying the enchanting books every time, haven't I? Whoops. Where did the void lit ones come from? Who's Jewelcrafted knowledge point books? What a donut. Renown, reputations. I need to go down to Hallowfall. Dum. Right, okay. Right, we need to go to Hallowfall instead. Whoops. We need to go to Meroldar. Didn't need that book. That was me on autopilot, not really thinking. See, visions? Look what you made me do. Damn you, Ian. Right, let's get down there. What a dumb. Absolute dumb. Weird thing about Visions is it feels odd that they then only untime gated the transmog vendor when it really shouldn't matter when people buy those. A secondary example of them being completely out of touch with it. That they clearly have no, like, yeah, you could lock the rewards. In fact, the best thing to do would be probably to lock the rewards away for 3 weeks as to incentivize people to actually play through the game mode naturally. Because your way to overcome obstacles, it's not a gear system, right? Visions isn't a gear system. You need a certain amount of gear to step foot in it, but it's not predominantly a gear-based system. One of the ways to overcome the challenges is to get more mementos, spend the mementos in the spec tree, and that gives you a little bit more flexibility to go further in the vision. They actually shouldn't be proactively suggesting you spend all of your mementos on shiny goodies. The shiny goodies should be to reward you once you've played through it, or you've played through it as much as you want to play through it. Oh, it's baffling. Call you later, show me. I'm not doing handstands in any way, shape, or form. No, sorry. we're on a strict jewel crafting only vibes right now. Right, there we go. Void lit jewel crafting notes. That's what we're actually here for. That's what we're actually after. One of you, one of you. You're about to land. It's a strictly no handstand day, yeah. I live in Finland now. We have rules and you have to follow them. It's a real shame. There we go. From here, maybe we go Spider City. Let's... we're going to need Kej, aren't we? Is it... How much Kej is it? It's like 600 Kej per book, isn't it? 565? $565. If I remember that right, I'm a geek. I'm pretty sure it's 565. And it's down here somewhere, isn't it? Let's just fly there. What we plan to do with the Jewelcrafters, they're all going to be set up for prospecting. I'm not 100% convinced I'm going to be able to get enough knowledge points to get them fully built for prospecting, but 2 of them can go Akirite, 2 of them can go Ironclaw, so that they can both be sort of useful almost straight away. And then a few patron orders later, they'll probably hit the magic numbers. Character, currency, all warband transferable. Cash, 565. Gimme, gimme. It didn't do it. Why didn't it do it? Oh, no, now it did it. Just hella delayed. Okay. Cash book. Then we'll either take the portal or Hearthstone back up. Then we go undermine. Where do we get this book from? Hang on. Hop on. On a sandstone drake for a reason. Jewel crafting trainer. That one? 565. Yes. Beautiful. Okay, bye. 1. 2. Okay, even I can't see on that small screen now. 3. Right, the undermine. What's the plan of action here? Probably take the portal. Take the portal back to Dornagal. Then these dudes are level 80, so they can take the... Oh, wait, hang on. I've just had a brainwave. These dudes' Hearthstone is set to the Intercontinental Hotel. So we'll just hearth our way to the undermine. And then we can take the portal back up. Much easier. Jewelcrafting book. Beautiful. Okay. And on a slightly broader scale, the reason we're setting up these Jewelcrafters now is so that these 4 bonus accounts have something to do while we are busy on the main account. So when we are doing our visions or our delves or our achievement hunting or whatever takes predominant focus on the main account, these 4 bonus accounts can be useful, and they can be useful in terms of, you know, just prospecting while we do stuff. That's the theory. Right, so now the only things we need is to do some work orders, and, I mean, in theory, an inscription book, but I'm not sure I can be totally bothered with doing inscription books for 1 knowledge point. We'll see what the requirement of that is. But that is at least the world tour of knowledge points done. Okay. No man over his 30s is allowed to do a handstand. You assume I'm over my 30s? I am. My girlfriend is planning on starting streaming on Twitch when player housing arrives. She's a long-time player, also very good at the Sims game. What tips do you have for people who are trying streaming for the first time? Don't stream first. Don't stream first. I know that sounds counterproductive, but the absolute most difficult part of streaming is getting over that barrier of having absolutely nobody watch you. If she is planning on doing housing stuff, when housing arrives, get comfortable doing something else first. And I know that sounds really crazy, but like YouTube is the prime option here. You know, she could start by doing just some basic coverage of player housing, bring something of value to somebody first, build a little bit of an audience on a platform that actually allows you to build a little bit of an audience, and then you can transition into streaming far more smoothly. You take a look at the bottom of any directory on Twitch where you've got 1, 2, 3 viewer streamers. They have a very, very, very hard time both enjoying it and getting anything out of it when you're streaming to nobody. I didn't start streaming. I started on YouTube. Kachak didn't start streaming. He started on YouTube. Most people who get a head start in streaming have that head start because they've built something somewhere else. Bears Adventures didn't start streaming. She had a very successful Twitter before she started streaming. You have to build a bit of an audience somewhere because you don't build an audience on Twitch. Twitch isn't the building ground. Twitch is the place where people can come and say hi when they somewhat already know of your existence. You've got to build something somewhere first. And housing is an absolutely incredible opportunity for this. But if she wants to do stuff with housing, take a YouTube route, some small little videos, maybe some sort of like 5 decorative, 5 types of decorations I would like to see, that sort of content, right? It could be shorts, it could be slightly more traditional long form content. Find a group of people that are also interested in that, and then stream to them so they can come and say hi to you live. People love top 10s. People are all over top 10s. Yeah. If you try and start your journey just by streaming, you'll end up sitting with 2 or 3 viewers, and it won't be enjoyable for you. You will get it. It's very, very quick and very, very easy to get disheartened at that point. Not Manthe with the Wowhead title. Yeah. I mean, dare I say, plagiarize the shit out of places like Wowhead, for example. I'm quite sure we've seen already like articles and stuff popping up about housing on Wowhead. Utilize those for like Worgen decorations we'd love to see in player housing. Right? Now, I use the phrase plagiarize in its nicest terms, but this is the kind of stuff that you can get going doing, right? Worgen decorations we'd love to see. Maybe don't copy-paste exactly what Wowhead's, ideas are. But this is super easy, super straightforward, very searchable, very, very, very... This is like an absolute banger of a short, by the way. Take some small video clips in the game, slam it all together in, it doesn't even have to be anything fancy. Just, make some very basic, very simple clips. I mean, I should be doing all of this myself is the brutal and honest answer, but I tend to focus far more on the, the goal making and sort of stuff. But this is exactly the kind of shit that you should be banging out right now. There's Mr. Kachak himself. Welcome in, my man. Good morning. But yeah, don't start on Twitch. You can have the end goal as to be predominantly Twitch focused, like to predominantly stream. I mean, I'm in that same boat, right? I now predominantly stream, but I didn't start on Twitch, and I absolutely would not recommend anybody to start on Twitch either. Right, should we see where got us in terms of knowledge points? 60 bonus knowledge points. That means we can cap out the gem finding. Easy business. And then that gives us 40 points, which is enough to fill out 2 of the specs, isn't it? So that technically means we can already, without doing a single patron order or trying to harvest a single first-time craft, be tippity top in one thing or another. So like this dude, for example, could go Iron Claw. 2% additional chance of finding an emerald instead of an amber when prospecting Iron Claw. And do the same with sapphires when prospecting Iron Claw. So this dude could go ham in here. And here. And we could do the same on this fella. This at least means 2 out of the 4 are already min-maxed. There's no need for any more than 10 points in shaping, I believe. Crafting reagents is the basic number. Multi-craft when reagents, sub-spec. Ingenuity with reagents, sub-spec. Yeah, you don't actually need any more. So 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 points is all you need. Is there any value in prospecting now? No, don't do it. Definitely don't set it up. Absolutely not. Definitely not. And then these dudes can go to the middle, which is for Akirite. Now, it still leaves me 40 points short from them being totally optimized, but this is where some first-time crafts and some patron orders can slowly chip away at that number. Because the likelihood is that one ore is usually the one that is worth paying attention to and not the other one, but it does also kind of flip-flop. But it's still kind of nice to know that you can... There's a day 1 setup for prospecting nowadays. There's enough knowledge points out there for a day 1 setup. Day 1 BIS build for prospecting is kind of funky. What did it cost us to do this? This dude is left with 17k. This dude is left with 14k. It's been quite expensive to set this up. Now that said, I am still left with a lot of stuff. I mean, I've still got 80 odd Dark Moon decks, which obviously weren't free. The question is do I resell those back out, or do I just bang them through enchanting to finish setting up enchanting properly? We were only really 163 knowledge points. Lol. Does that get us most of this tree full anyway? Just DM. I mean, these are going to be overkill concentration characters very quickly, aren't they? 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 20, 140, another 70. Wow, that's scarily close to almost calculated. That's scarily close to almost calculated. Being a min-max overkill and concentration crafter. Well, I guess we do disenchant them then. Harvest those extra points, fill the rest of this tree out. Peak Finland, some guy outside is drunk singing his heart out at 2 p.m. because the weather's nice. Go on, my son. Yes. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with living life. Maybe put down the sauce, but nothing wrong with living life. Yeah, better 2 p.m. than 2 a.m. Yeah, agreed. But you miss Helsinki now. Don't worry, it happens around here too. Everywhere has the local drunks, don't you worry. Monstrously overkill, I'm aware, but... If you say your place hasn't got a local drunk, then you are the local drunk. Yeah, that's the rule. Where's that phrase come from? It's basically like if you don't know somebody who you think is an arsehole, then maybe you are the arsehole, right? Yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's not the button I meant to press. Okay, we're now very, very deep into the territory of completely unnecessary on these characters, but when I've already bought the materials to do it. It does also mean that... That's a very convenient number, isn't it? That's 10 artisan security away from being able to buy the enchanting tool, which is 400. That might not necessarily be a terrible idea either. This was not my intention to build out overkill enchanters, but I've accidentally done it anyway. Just an afternoon of these 4 running some prospecting will cover all of these costs, so I'm in no way, shape or form concerned. I do need to actually do patron orders on Jewelcrafting then, if that's the case. That can be the next task. And maybe we'll consider harvesting some first-time crafts, but we'll see. We'll see what the damage is on doing that. In a friend group, there's always the idiot. If you don't have one in your group, then you are the idiot. Ah, yeah, that's it. Yeah. That's where the wisdom comes from. Right, okay. Let's do some patron orders for Jewelcrafting then. One gold, public orders. Love to see them. Right. Oh, I don't have craft sim on these dudes. Just on you. Thinking about it while I'm here. Flippity doodah. What's its name? Mass salvage assist. Mission critical add-ons. Oh, craft sim was on this dude. Oh, craft sim was on this dude as well. Okay. You said something earlier that surprised me. First, learn to do concentration enchanting without add-ons to get a feel for it before trying to use tools like craft sim to optimize. I understand the sentiment, but I don't quite understand what exactly I'd be able to learn that I wouldn't be able to learn with craft sim enabled. It's the concept of learning to walk before you run, basically. That a lot of people out there don't necessarily understand why it is they're doing something. They've just been told that doing that gets them to the result that they want. So in terms of concentration, most people out there don't really understand why concentration crafting makes them gold. And then they just know that I use this tool and I pick the one on the top and it says that this is the one that says I make 5 gold for my concentration, but they don't really know where that 5 gold comes from or what causes it, which means that then if you were to take the add-on away from them, they don't know what they're doing. They're entirely reliant on an add-on basically doing it for them. And the best way to learn, and more importantly to be able to see these opportunities coming, is to understand it from a conceptual level. Craft sim is there to make your life easier once you already know what it is you're doing. And so then next time you don't need to be told that, well, if you do this with that, you'll get, there. Like I said, the concept of the fact that quality 2 materials to quality 3 in terms of price is where your margin is. And the reason enchanting makes significantly more gold than everybody else is that the gap between quality 2 and quality 3 materials is quite large. And on top of that, that large difference is multiplied across almost 100 materials for every craft. So Storm Dust, you've got 20 gold for quality 2, but 60 gold for quality 3. That's a huge delta. That's a 40 gold delta between these two. And that 40 gold delta is multiplied 50 times on one single enchant. That's why when you can use concentration instead of paying that 40 gold premium, it's why enchanting is so lucrative. Now, Craft Sim's never going to tell you that. Craft Sim is just going to let you run a scan and show you a number and tell you to enchant that thing. And it's also why leatherworking doesn't work, right? It's the exact reason why leatherworking doesn't produce anywhere near as much gold via concentration, because when you look at the cost of leather materials and you go storm charge leather, and you look at the price delta between quality 2 and quality 3 storm charge leather, it's like 20 silver. And so concentration isn't adding any using concentration doesn't benefit you in any way, shape or form, because you might as well just be using quality 3 mats anyway, because they're the same price as Q2. My whole concept of not using the add-ons is so that you learn this shit first. That then means when something changes or something new comes along, you already know why you're making gold with the concentration. And so that you then don't need to be taught it again in the future. In theory, at least, anyway. In theory, because some people are more than content with just being told that do this and it will make gold. And then a month later, when that one thing stops working, they will go and ask the question again, how do I make gold today? That doesn't give us anything we want. That gives us a flicker, so we do want to do it. That gives us only artisan security, but it's profitable. We'll do all of those. Are you going to stay here for a minute? And to clarify, I have to, when somebody sends me a message in a Twitch chat, I have to assume, it's safer for me to assume that you maybe don't necessarily know too much about the thing in the first place. I tend to find it's better for me to explain from a basic level, because you can always disregard that advice. But if I just dive straight in and go, yeah, craft authority the depths in chance, you'll go, oh, okay, authority the depths in chance make gold, and so you run off and you make some authority the depths in chance, and then when they stop making gold, you haven't learnt anything. So basically what you're saying is they shouldn't have time-gated visions. Yeah, spot on there. Spot on. You got it. That in a nutshell. Gated visions ruined prospecting. Lol. And because everybody uses enchants, so there's way more demand compared to most other professions. No, that's not it. That's not got anything. No, that's not why concentration works. I don't mean to shoot the messenger on that one, but that is not why it works. The demand is definitely there for all other things, but for the purpose of why concentration works, that's not necessarily the reason. There is not an exponentially higher amount of enchants used. There is still just as many gems used. There is still just as many potions used. There is still just as many flasks used. And in fact, in many cases, there's probably more of some of those things used than enchants. But it's the massive delta between the quality 2 and the quality 3 material prices, which is also down to the fact of how enchanting mats exist in the first place. Disenchanting has been coded so that there is a disproportionate amount of quality 1 and quality 2 materials compared to quality 3. And there's no way to really circumvent that. With the other professions, you more often than not find that you slowly but surely, you'll still get quality 1 and you'll still get quality 2, but the numbers start to balance out a little bit more. Similar concept to sat-navs. You don't need to know how to navigate to a destination, just punch in an address, but it helps knowing how to get there without aid in case things go wrong, or that the sat-nav inexplicably directs you down a slipway into the sea. I mean, it's funny, but that's definitely happened more times than it should do, which is also quite amusing to me. And most finished enchants you can't reach rank 3 without using concentration, even using rank 3 mats. Oh no, you can. You can max craft basically any enchant in the game. In fact, I don't think there's a single one that you can't. You can max craft pretty much everything. That rule was true in Dragonflight, not in the War Within. You can max craft everything these days with rank 3 mats. There was maybe 1 or 2 exclusions to that in Jewelcrafting, but I think they were considered a bug and might have even been fixed. Oh my god, no, it's profitable over here. Luckily, we don't need to do you. I'm not spending 700 gold on a flicker. I refuse. 200 gold, sure. Ragnaros is OP in PvP in Rumble. I've not played Rumble for ages, you know. I uninstalled it off my phone because it was absolutely nuking my battery. And weirdly, it was draining my battery even when I didn't have it open, which gave me sus feelings. So I uninstalled it. I can still play it on desktop, obviously, but I haven't for a while. Right, that's also our Jewelcrafting weekly done. So now we're, in essence, just a short distance away from... No, stop pressing that button. 8. Yeah, we just need 40 points, then we fill out the next one, and then we're fully donezo on each one. So I'll just keep doing patron orders on the daily until we hit that 40 number, which probably won't take long. And in fact, considering we got a reset tomorrow, there'll probably be some slightly easier to pick up patron orders over the next few days as well. Then with a final 40 knowledge points, they'll all 4 Jewelcrafters will be able to bang out anything they want. Ah, screw it, this profit, we'll just do the whole lot. Teach a man a fish scenario. Yeah, pretty much. That's like the concept behind it, at least. I mean, I'm totally capable of just giving people an answer if that's all they want, but I would like to at least try and point them in a slightly more sophisticated direction. And so when it comes to add-ons like Craft Sim, I have to assume that most people don't have a good understanding of how resourcefulness and how multi-craft works and what the synergy between materials and profitability is and that sort of stuff. And so hence, I assume in many cases that's why they're using the add-ons, because it's if a lot of people are more than content with if I just use an add-on and it tells me the answer, then I don't need to learn it. But there's always that day when the add-on breaks and then they're like, oh shit, now what do I do? When I started goal making back in the days, there weren't nearly as much readily available information about all the goal making stuff. Had to learn a lot of my own and remember the constant confusion. Yeah. There is definitely a lot more out there now in terms of both add-ons, third-party resources. The irony for me is that the content creator scene hasn't really... I mean, the content creators, for the most part, have changed. Some come, some go. But the information via content creators is not too dissimilar to what it's previously been. I don't feel. Oh, I was wondering why that long boy was standing there. I didn't even realise it was me. It was me on another account. Whoops. I'm going to need it back again now. I'm going to complain that the long boys run away. That's a flicker. We'll do it. We'll do it. That's only 30. All right, we'll just do all of those again. Got my brother into it and bought the one-time boost. He's loving it. Says it scratches the same itch. This Warcraft 3 game scratched for him. We tried the Duo Dungeon Siege together last week. There's probably so much new stuff in Rumble that I've not even aware of. I think the last time I played it, raids were out. I think. I can't even remember, to be honest. It's been a while. Even right now, a lot of goal-making advice is locked behind paywalls. I get why, because if everybody knows how to do it, it'll crash the market. But it's annoying as somebody who's chronically out of gold unless he buys a couple of tokens. I mean, I have no defense there. You know, I have a Patreon and my guide is behind my Patreon, which you could say is a paywall. I mean, it is a paywall, but I'm not, the reality is I'm not paywalling it for market prosperity reasons. I'm paywalling it because otherwise I wouldn't be here. There's no way you'd get me live streaming 5 to 7 days a week if I hadn't paywalled something. I am incredibly blessed with the fact that there's a core dedicated amount of Patreons that allow me to continue doing this. And other content creators who do a similar thing are usually doing it for a similar reason. This is remarkably expensive and it's only for artisan security. Go away. Go away. Right, that's the patron orders done. I love how viewers think that them watching a YouTube video pays your wages. Then I don't know about you, but I think that's about 7% of my income. Yeah, my YouTube, I haven't looked at the percentages for a while. My YouTube and Twitch combined totals about 25% of my income from this adventure. It's not a nothing value, but it's not totally the bread and butter. Without a shadow of a doubt, if it wasn't for my Patreon, I wouldn't be here right now. It's not even up for question. Certainly not in the capacity that I am, at least, you know. I'm sorry for all the content creators, but I'm not turning my ad block off. Oh, I mean, I am quite publicly shown to be using ad block a lot of the time. I've tried to give Wowhead money, but they won't take it off me. They won't renew my premium subscription for some reason. It just seems to derp out when I try and pay them with PayPal. So if they don't want the money, then I'm going to have to ad block them. I tried. And yeah, I entirely get that there are some corners of the internet where ad block is basically mandatory. Okay, I think that's about all I can probably do on these Jewelcrafters for now. We're back in the world of just like grinding a few patron orders to get the last few bits and pieces. From a build perspective, I know this looks jank, but it is actually all you need to be optimized with Jewelcrafting. This character is now optimized for prospecting Ironclaw. Weirdly, and it does feel weird, I don't really need to push this to 100. It feels odd that that's a thing, but it is. Technically, I would need to push this to 100 to actually be good at crushing. Crushing is where this does start to make a difference, and you do want to hit a breakpoints with crushing. But I'm not sure how much, if any, crushing these characters will do, because I will probably only set them to work as and when it's profitable to just sell all of the prospect stuff. I probably won't be doing a secondary or third layer, and if I do, then I need to level this. But leveling this is now a relatively straightforward process, but it is a process that's going to cost some gold, so I need to consider it. We can blast the Blasphemites all the way to 100 from this point. It's the fact that they take 24 crushed gemstones, and it's 500 gold a button press, though, which I think this goes green. I think this goes yellow, so stops giving 3 points at skill 80, I think. I wonder if I wrote this down in my guide. Leveling 1 to 100. Blasphemite recipes. I wrote that they give skill all the way to 100. I can't remember if it's at what point they stop giving 3. I don't actually remember these ever giving 3 skill points. I wonder if that's something that's been hotfixed or changed since the game launched. I don't really actually ever remember these giving 3 skill points. What's the recipe on Wowhead called? Blasphemite, elusive Blasphemite, recipe taught by that one. Oh. It does guarantee skill points all the way to 100. Wowhead doesn't seem to have reward 3 skill points. Does it give 3 skill points all the way to 100? Because that wasn't always the case. Damn, am I going to have to try this now to find out? Because that wasn't always the case. Maybe I try it just for science. Give me some Blasphemites. We can science it once, can't we? Wait. Who stole my flipping long boy? Come back. My YouTube videos get no income, and one is even of a flamboyant cuttlefish I encountered on a dive in the Philippines. Oh my god. You're going to have to link me your YouTube channel. I'm intrigued now. I'm intrigued. Imagine doing a lunchtime Covenant run and seeing somebody who never does old content get a Legion achievement. Oh, there's hundreds of those things I still need. Okay, we have 14 points. We're nearly halfway there already. What was I doing? I was seeing how long it takes me to get these to skill 100. And if at any point they go, stop giving 3 points. Stop giving me multi-craft. These things are getting vended anyway. Give me resourcefulness. Flipping, how have I got 2 multi-crafts in a row when my multi-craft percentage is 4? Flipping RNG, man. 2 multi-crafts in a row with 4% chance, but not a single resourcefulness proc. Stupid game. Still 3 points. Still 3 points. Still 3 points. We got a resourcefulness proc, thank God. Still 3 points. Okay, 80, I was expecting something to change, but maybe not. Wow, these are going to give 3 points all the way to 100. Put me at 98, you son of a... Okay. These give 3 skill points per craft all the way to skill 100. Nice. That's easily the fastest way to level. And how many did we make? The amount in my bags is probably not a fair estimation because we procced a few multi-crafts, didn't we? But let's just say 15. So 7,500 gold, roughly, to go from 50 to 100. Maybe not necessary now, but we'll make it back if we do a bit of crushing at some point. At least it's now there. Okay, that's interesting. I might actually, for no other reason than OCD reasons, I might actually now just do that on all of them so they're all at least evenly leveled. Just accept the free gold, yeah. What's this fish? Let me see the fish. Oh my God! Is that thing? Check this fish out. Is that a fish? It's got like rainbow shit on its back. That thing's crazy. You found baby Nazoth. Damn, that thing's awesome. Collect it, it's a rare pet. Must be. That thing is only 5 centimeters. Ah, it's all about the lighting, right? You got to get the lighting right. It looks bigger in good lighting. That's what I've been told anyway. Can somebody get that big stinking longboy out of the way? Who's this? Who's this? This is one of you for sure. Literally waving. What was I doing? Banging out a bunch of these. Need mats for about 15 of them. Let's buy mats for 15 of them. Oh, I don't know what 24 times 15 is. 360. Yeah, see, that's where the gold cost is in this. Right, let's see if my number 15 was right. Maximum resourcefulness, please, game. Lol, 16. Son of a... I need one engraved gem cutter. And I don't have mats to even make one engraved gem cutter. This is embarrassing. Okay, next time, 16. Boom. Now's your top. It's getting out of hand. Getting wild. Actually, I don't know what the recipe was. Track. Jewelcrafting, one of the more expensive professions to level. Actually wasn't. I would hedge my bets on getting jewelcrafting from 1 to 100. How much did it cost us to get to 50? No more than a couple of thousand gold. It's probably 10 to 15,000 gold to get jewelcrafting 1 to 100. I don't know how that pans up against everything else. But it's not outrageously expensive. It's still probably your profession gear that is just as much, if not more. And obviously, whatever you're doing to get artisan's acuity. 360, 308, 384 is 16 times. I'm still very much aware that I've spent the lion's share. The lion's share of the cost of doing this quickly is actually more in leveling enchanting. But I've massively overbuilt enchanting. I think I bought 400 Dark Moon decks, which is where the vast majority of the cost has gone in this whole process. That I still need to build and disenchant a bunch of them. But that's massively overbuilt my enchanting. But has provided me instantly with way more than I needed in terms of artisan security in order to day one build a prospector. Right, 16. Let's now see if that's enough to hit 100. But more than that, I would say that I have not exactly been hyper cost efficient in doing this whole process. I've more just brute forced it, if I'm honest. Are you gonna leave me on 99? You son of a... How did that happen? Did it scamaz us for a knowledge point somewhere? It must have done. Son of a... Okay, I need another engraved gem cutter then. Every time. I thought I even planned accordingly. We even crafted one more. Can't leave it on flipping 99. Can I leave it on 99? There we go. You watch. If I buy mats for 17 this time, it'll still break. Stop tracking that. Why are you tracking that? Why are you tracking that random ass quest? Have I clicked on it accidentally somewhere? Which one even is it? Breakneck Racing. No, stop tracking it, stupid game. Untrack. Doesn't want to untrack. Game's rigged. What was I doing? Not staying on track, clearly. Every time we raid the Undermine, I point out to people that in the fish tank in the stairwell, there is tank from Tolbarad. And everybody is, that's nice. I have no idea what any of that means. I'm sure it made sense. I'm sure I'm just being stupid. 16. 360, 384. Tank is the big shark from the daily in Tolbarad. He's got harpoons and stuff in his back. Oh, on the shoreline. I vaguely remember. There we go, 100. Now we can unlock all the specs and this will stop flashing at me as well, actually. 2 birds. Okay. Oh, we've got 16 knowledge points already. Nearly halfway to finishing the job. There's a good chat. We're not going to get 24 knowledge. Well, actually, technically, by this point next week, we could have that done then, because you get 21 knowledge points a week via catch-up, plus or minus whatever you get with weekly reset tomorrow, which should be enough to actually finish these within a week, if I log on daily and do the crafting orders. Another possible option for me is to harvest first-time crafts, but I don't think I really care to be that sweaty about it unless I can cross the finish line with it. We can go craft sim, we can go craft queue, we can do first time crafts. Oh, there's actually quite a lot there, isn't there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 first time crafts there. I mean, apparently some of these first time crafts are profitable, which scares me greatly. Why the Christ on a bicycle would these be profitable? Why is an inverted prism at quality 1 worth 388 gold? Why is a malleable band cost me 107 gold to make? It's probably pulling... where's it? Where is it going to be getting these numbers from? Because it's not going to have DB recent numbers, because I don't have TSM data for this server. So actually, where's it getting these numbers from? Ooh, it's pulling them from Auctionator. Well, that means it's going to be wrong. That means it's going to be very wrong. Because I've not done a full scan on Auctionator for any of this ever. Oh, but maybe thinking about it, what it's probably done is when I've done scans for some of this sort of stuff, it's databased the results from these which actually does mean it probably has at least some data to pull from. I still wouldn't necessarily trust it's being overly accurate. I mean, we can sack off the expensive stuff. That's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 knowledge points for 500 gold, which is basically what I'm willing to pay for them via patron orders anyway. But it's a few less days of doing it, isn't it? Alright, sure. I'm just finding excuses to spend more gold now. This isn't the way. But so that, in theory, should get me a bunch of first-time crafts, which will get me a few more knowledge points. Without any of them costing me outrageous amounts of gold. And then that's already given us an entire node over here. So it feels like we're already on the home straight. Fill that one node out and then he's GG, well played. Oh, that was the last dude. That was an odd place to start, wasn't it? What did I say? Sack off the expensive ones. There isn't any there that are outrageously expensive. Why were they significantly more expensive last time I searched for them? Professional gold spender and screw-on kisser. It does feel like that sometimes. I can do you a really solid demonstration of how to spend a bunch of gold. But, you know, it's an upfront sunk cost. That once we've done it, it's done. And the point is I would rather spend less time. I mean, I'd be more than happy to spend a few thousand gold to absolutely make sure that I don't have to remember to log in and do flipping 3 Flickr orders every day on these dudes. So the sooner we get the job done, I'm happy to pay a premium to get the job done sooner, to be honest. There is obviously a limit to that, but 27? We've overshot somehow, somewhere. But we take that. That's only 14 knowledge points we need until this dude is finished. I'm not entirely sure how some of these have gained more knowledge points than others, to be honest. First time crafts. Maybe I got a little bit more lucky with the patron orders on some. Time is it? Oh my god. I've been going nearly 5 hours. I've way overshot. No wonder I'm hungry. I had that can of Coke, that's the problem. I don't drink Coke all that often. The sugar and the caffeine has clearly done its work, but is not what is considered a valid lunch. Haven't even started doing me rare killing spree. That'll have to wait till this evening. Rookie numbers eat at the PC. I'm not going to lie. I have contemplated, like, doing a bit of food prep and having... It's almost a conscious decision that I don't keep much food here in the studio. Because otherwise I'd never leave. But for days where there's the desire to stream longer than our usual 3 to 4 hour stint, there's definitely value in figuring out that. Wait, what? People want signets crafting, apparently. Finding patron orders all over the place. Who says there's no flipping public orders? They're right here. Get on them. I don't have the recipes though. No. First time crafts. Hello Fresh or something like that. No, probably not that direct. Like, just literally just, you know, make spag bol or something in bulk and then just microwave it. Food sponsor, problem solved. I mean, yeah, I'm also open to the somebody paying me for it. There's no qualms there. Somebody's going to pay me to eat food. Fair play. Right, that then should be, for the most part... Oh, actually, I deliberately didn't do a few first-time crafts on a couple of dudes, didn't I? And moreover, I should probably list all of this random rubbish that's in our bags. Otherwise, it'll sit there rotting. Good way to recuperate some of the costs of leveling is to actually remember to try and sell some of this stuff. What am I missing here? I'm missing out on a gem. Stupid game. What did I miss? Sapphire. Okay. We're on the last node of each Jewelcrafter then, by the looks of things. No, wait, hang on. I need to finish the first time crafts over here. I cheaped out on some of them on this account. I didn't cheap out on the others. I don't know why they're so much more expensive on this one. It's probably because the realm prices are broke. The data's broken on this. All of this is bought on the region-wide auction house anyway, so I don't know why it matters. Oh no, shit. What did I do? Oh Christ, now I don't know which ones I bought and which ones I didn't. I bought... Hang on, can I just press this again? Oh, I think I've mighty balls that up. Let's see. No, we're all good. There we go. Right, well that really is then all apart for plus or minus 1 point. You know I'll regret not doing that 1 point, won't you? You know I'll regret not doing that. Yeah, you know I'll regret not doing that when I am 1 point short at some point. But hey, hey ho. Next on my list is actually a chore, which is to blast through the rest of these Dark Moon cards to finish off enchanting. And then once that's finished off and we've burnt through all of that, then I can put all of this random trash on the auction house, recuperate some of the cost of doing this. I mean, there's, you know, probably 10, 15,000 gold worth of stuff we can recoup there. But because that's a chore, because that's a task, I think I've overshot my allowed time today anyway. Boys and girls, are going to leave it there. Tomorrow we have Orgrimmar. We will be doing a few visions. There is a strong possibility that now I've managed to get these finished today, I can put these prospectors to work doing some prospecting whilst we run some visions. You know, 2 birds, 1 stone situation. That's the entire point of all of this. I need to re-evaluate my prospecting data, maybe cross-reference it with a few other sources to see what materials we should buy, dig out the old calculators. But yeah, thank you all for sticking by today, boys and girls. Discussion's been fun again. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I hope I kept Ranthius in the bag, at least for the most parts. Flipping visions did get me on the edge a little bit, but something always does. We'll be back tomorrow. With tomorrow being reset day, we might give it a bit of a longer blast tomorrow. We'll see what's going on. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, Ranthius did fall out the bag a little bit, but we'll put him back in. It's fine. It's all good. It's all good. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you all next time. Peace.